page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page number 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, and finally, page 29. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of yesterday, the 7th July 2026, is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the Friday, 26 June 2026 edition of the official report. Friday, 26 June 2026 official report. I take it for the last time. Friday, 26 June edition of the official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of Friday, 26 June 2026 edition is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Again, I have the 30th June 2026 edition of the official report. Tuesday, the 30th June 2026 edition of the official report. I take it finally, Tuesday, the 30th June 2026 edition of the official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 30th June 2026 edition is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, return to item 6. If leadership will indulge me. Very well. So it is time for questions. It is time for questions. And I believe our own, the Minister for Health, has been invited, even though this is his own house, to come and respond to his own colleagues. So, Honorable Akando, you may assume the appropriate seat. Yes, Honorable Member for Kankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I didn't get to. Is it question time, or he's coming to make a statement on the shooting incident at Dwaboso? We just want to be clear on whether the shooting incident in Dwaboso is disheartening, and we want to hear the Member of Parliament on that matter. It's very, very important, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, probably when he gets to statement time and he's mindful of that incident in his own backyard,
yeah,
he will do so.
Very, very important
So,
that he
but
speaks
for
to
now,
that.
it is time for questions.
Very well.
Yes, let him listen to this majority leader first. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I will. You are proceeding orderly in terms of the business as advertised. So you should buy this time. Means once we get to statement time, I heard well. The issue, okay. Okay, so now you can hear well. So, Mr. Speaker, let's make progress.
Yes, my brother.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's only fair to hear from the minister. He is dressed in black, indicating that he's mourning. Whether there was a shooting in his constituency and whether 6 people died in his constituency or not. Mr. Speaker, he can actually say something about it,
Minister, please assume your seat. Yes. Be well composed, eh? Don't worry at all. Let me invite Honorable Member for Ebuakwa South. Honorable Dr. Kinsley Nyako Kinsley Ajimai, sorry. So, honorable members, can I give, if you indulge me, I want to give an omnibus permission so that if the owner of the question is not here, a member can just ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely.
Yes. Very well. So, Honorable Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, thank you for the omnibus approval. Speaker, I ask this question in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajimai, MP for Ebuakwa South. And Speaker, the question is to the effect that I should ask the Minister for Health what immediate interventions are being pursued to expand training capacity for medical students at institutions like the KNUST's School of Medical Sciences in light of infrastructural deficits that is denying admissions to hundreds of qualified students. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I answer the question, if you may indulge me, I would want to use the opportunity to commiserate with the families of the people who lost their lives
Honorable Yabuama.
in the shooting incident at Seshwi Sayurano in the Draboso constituency.
Honorable Yabuama.
Mr. Speaker,
Are you listening to the minister?
Mr. Speaker, that was unfortunate, and I only hope and pray that the law will take its own course. Mr. Speaker, let me add that unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side made the comment they made in a very bad faith. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I entered the floor of the House, I was rather expressing my concern on the issues with them. And so they took the advantage to come and raise the issues on the floor of the House. That is completely unacceptable. It was in bad faith. They shouldn't have done that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable member for Ebuakwa South for the question. The Ministry of Health recognizes the importance of expanding medical training capacity, particularly in the view of the increasing demand for medical education and the need to produce more doctors for the country. Mr. Speaker, it is important to clarify that undergraduate medical education is primarily undertaken by universities under the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Health's direct role relates mainly to clinical training, particularly from the 4th to 6th year, and the regulation of professional standards through the Medical and Dental Council. Currently, 6 teaching hospitals provide the main clinical training platforms for medical students. These are Kolebu, Konfanoche, Tamale, Cape Coast, Ho, and Sunyani teaching hospitals. Their role in training is provided for under the Ghana Health Service and Teaching Hospitals Act 1996, Act 525 as amended. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the House, the honorable members, that the ministry remains committed to working with the Ministry of Education, the universities, teaching hospitals, and the Medical and Dental Council to expand clinical training space whilst maintaining the required standards for medical education. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Jerry, any supplementary question?
Yes, Speaker. The supplementary is to the effect that the minister says that currently 6 teaching hospitals provide the main clinical training platforms for medical students. They are Kolebu, Komfuanoche, Tamale, Cape Coastal, and Sunyani teaching hospitals. I want to find out from the minister, does that mean that the KNUST that has been listed by the honorable member is not providing any training for medical professionals? And if so, why?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I may have to repeat my answer. I said the training is jointly done by the two ministries, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. Now, from the 1st to 4th year is done by the Ministry of Education. The role of the Ministry of Health is the clinical training, which is done by the teaching hospitals. And so that is our role, and the teaching hospital is not KNUST. The teaching hospital is Komfuanoche Teaching Hospital. Thank you.
Very well. So, honorable members, I think the answer is clear. Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, that is okay. So,
Wonderful.
No further supplementary.
Thank you so much. So, we turn to question 159. Question 159. Jerry, you may take the same the question for Honorable Dr. Ajiman once again.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, still on the opening. Speaker, I asked this question on behalf of Dr. Kingsley Ajimai, MP for Ebuakwa South. Speaker, it's for me to ask the Minister for Health the specific regulatory actions being taken to curb the sale of unapproved and dangerous opioids like tapentadol and carisoprodol, into bracket red, in community pharmacies across Ghana. I hope I got the names correct.
Respect for Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Food and Drugs Authority, FDA, in its commitment to protecting public health and ensuring the responsible use of controlled substances, continues to implement a series of regulatory, operational, and public health interventions to address the illicit sale and misuse of dangerous opioids such as tapentadol and the street drug known as red, and that's a combination of tapentadol and carisoprodol. Presently, the FDA has not registered any pharmaceutical products. The Speaker, I take it again. Presently, the FDA has not registered any pharmaceutical product containing tapentadol, either alone or in combination with other active ingredients for medical use in Ghana. Tapentadol and tapentadol containing products are not in the essential medicine list, neither are they in any of our treatment guidelines. Consequently, the sale, distribution, or possession of such product is illegal. The FDA, in collaboration with the Pharmacy Council, undertakes regular surveillance activities in retail and wholesale pharmacy outlets. These aid in the detection of unregistered products, including opioids. Surveillance activities are also used to sensitize retailers on the dangers of opioid misuse and abuse. Unregistered products found during market surveillance are seized, safely disposed, and further regulatory sanctions issued to the offenders. These inspections ensure that controlled substances are supplied in line with the approved guidelines, thereby reducing the risk of diversion and unauthorized access. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it looks like sanctions are provided or are meted out to people who abuse or even sell these medicines we have mentioned. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, besides the sanctions, have we taken steps to educate people intensively on this red? Because I know my colleague, Protozias, whom has been dealing with this. I want to find out what the ministry has been doing to curb the usage of red, apart from just going after people who abuse them sanction-wise. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I have earlier on stated, it's unapproved, it's unregistered, and it's not part of our treatment guidelines. And so any importation of such drug is illegal. So from time to time, the ministry, through its agencies and other stakeholders, such as the Ghana Health Service, intensify education on some of these illicit drugs. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, I want to find out from the minister if he personally, with his ministry, have had the course of leading sensitization on Wunim Red.
Minister, did you get the question? Honorable General, may you take the question again?
Speaker, let me repeat the question. That I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, knowing the effect of the usage of red and all the drugs mentioned in this question, as he, as Minister of Health, personally led an education or sensitization program to help curb the usage of red. That is all.
Very well. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister, you know, the drug red. In the northern region, there was a campaign where the IGP and the regional police task force actually arresting people involved in this, and there was a local task force. Apart from the northern region, what has the ministry done to be able to do, if you like, something like what has been done in the northern region to make sure that, you know, our brothers and sisters who are involved in actually even the usage, not even selling, to be able to make sure that we stop it, because the sensitization is not working. It is banned, it's poisonous, as you have said, but it is still not done. So what is your ministry doing, as what has been done in the northern region, as a replica in other places to reduce the selling of red? But Minister, who named red?
Mr. Speaker, a number of measures have been put in place, especially increasing our surveillance. First and foremost, if we are able to prevent it from entering the country, the people will not have access to that drug to even abuse it in the first place. And so we have tightened the borders. And so from time to time, we have a combined team. It's not only the northern part of the country, in other regions as well. NACOG and FDA, together with other security agencies, and we embark on search in some of these pharmaceutical shops. And sometimes, interestingly, you go to a place and you find it being sold at a charcoal person, somebody who is selling charcoal, not necessarily pharmaceutical products. So based on intelligence, from time to time, we embark on some of these search and then clamp down on those people who are selling these unapproved drugs.
Leader, I'll come to you. Let me deal with. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, may I kindly thank the Minister for the comprehensive answer. But then, given the fact that the FDA outlived regime, the FDA is not a creation of any particular government. I want to place emphasis, with your kind indulgence on this. Unregistered products found during market surveillance are seized, safely disposed, and further regulatory sanctions issued to offenders. I want to find out from the Minister, most respectfully, within the 1.5 years that he's in office, has he discovered the sanction regime of the FDA deterrent enough, given the rate at which the use of red is increasing? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, normally, when we seize these substances, the offenders are arraigned before court. And so normally it is the court that prescribes the sanctions, not the FDA in particular, because it's an illegal, product. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
Chair, good afternoon. Minister, grateful for the responses. A question I was going to ask was asked by our First Deputy Ship. But my worry is that looking at the danger and the health implications on the consumers of these illegal substances and the further egregious consequences on society, you've also admitted that you embark upon some monitoring activities together with Ghana Immigration Services, but they are still found in the system. My question is that, Senior Minister, how, regardless of all that you are doing to prevent the entry, how do they still find themselves on our market? That is my challenge. And I want to find out how differently you can put in place interventions to at least get rid of them or reduce them to the barest minimum, because they are worrying students a lot. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because it is illegal to bring those products into Ghana, it usually ends up in this country as transit goods. So for example, somebody may be transiting under the guise of transiting it from another country or India to, let's say, Burkina Faso. So under the guise of transiting it from India to Burkina Faso, it ends up landing in Ghana. So under no circumstances would our laws permit it in Ghana per se, but they end up in this country as a result of transit goods. And so the only thing we can do at this point in time is to increase our surveillance and then tighten our regimes to be able to curb the abuse of it.
Honorable Habib, you want to take once again?
Thank you. Minister, when you were responding to my question, you did mention that even at the premises of charcoal sellers, they do sell the red. But are you aware that even uncompleted Agenda 111 buildings are centers for the selling of the red? If you are aware, what are you doing about it? And if you are not even aware, what are you going to do about it?
Honorable Habib, I wouldn't admit this question. Honorable members, I think we'll move on. The leaders have spoken, so I wouldn't go back. So we'll take the next question. But personally, in collaboration with his answer to Honorable Jerry as to what the minister is doing to sensitize the public. Personally, I heard the name opium and the red first and foremost from the minister himself for coming to the chamber to make a statement. At that time, I heard it, what is opium? Opium. So it's the first time I heard that word. So he came to make that statement, yes. Yes.
I earlier had wished to ask a question, but one of our colleagues took the wind out of my sail. Just to bring to the notification, Speaker, with your indulgence, it is not a question. Is the minister thinking about a collaborative effort between his outfits and members of parliament? We have an interface with most of the youth who are vulnerable when it comes to these concerns. We should be thinking about how his outfits and members of parliament can work together in tracking down, especially staging an advocacy against this drug menace. And I think it will not be out of place if we put something in place. The whips are ready, pro bono, to offer our services. My brother is ready. We want to support. Please engage us so we can work together.
Thank you very much.
So a statement from him to this, to what I've said, will be very important. So, some remarks.
He did that.
You said something like that?
Oh, he made a statement. That's what I'm saying. It was the first time I heard the word opium. I mean, I had not.
So I'm sorry, a statement to the effect that there will be a collaboration between MPs and his outfit. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. So, honorable members, from Abuakwa South, let's turn to Himai Lower Denchura. Honorable Lawrence Ajinsan on question 508. 508. Yes, Honorable Tony
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to ask questions numbered 508 and 509 on behalf of Honorable Lawrence Ajinsan, who has authorized me to do so?
Well, go ahead.
I rise to ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry to solve the high prevalence of onchocerciasis in the Trifo Himai Lower Denchura district.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this House that onchocerciasis, commonly known as river blindness, remains endemic in the Trifo Himai Lower Denchura district. The Ministry of Health, through the Ghana Health Service, is therefore implementing targeted interventions to reduce transmission and support the national objective of eliminating onco as a public health problem. Mr. Speaker, the main intervention in the district is mass drug administration using ivermectin. This involves the periodic distribution of safe preventive medicines to all eligible persons in endemic communities to reduce disease transmission and lower the burden of neglected tropical disease. In 2025, 2 rounds of mass drug administration were conducted in the district. The first round, undertaken in January 2025, covered all 132 communities, representing 100% geographical coverage. Out of a total population of 74,533, 45,609 eligible persons were registered, of which 36,622 were treated, representing treatment coverage of 80.3%. The second round was conducted in December 2025 and achieved treatment coverage of 81%. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, another round of treatment was carried out from 20th June to 3rd July, and the second round for the year is scheduled for November 2026. As part of the ministry's medium-term plan to eliminate onco by 2030, the ministry has also signed a memorandum of understanding with the Nor Dubai Foundation to support subsequent mass drug administration activities from November 2026. The ministry will continue to work with the Ghana Health Service, district assemblies, traditional and community leaders, health workers, and volunteers to improve social mobilization, sustain treatment coverage, and strengthen surveillance in Trifo, Heman, Lower Denchira, and other endemic districts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Tonmier, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, there will be no supplementary question in respect of question 809. 808. 508.
Then turn to question 509.
508. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry to complete the Agenda 111 District Hospital located at Heman in the Heman Lower Denchira constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Heman Lower Denchira project is included in the Agenda 111 project. Following the completion of the technical audit, the necessary stakeholder consultations on the Agenda 111 program have been completed, and the ministry has developed a strategic implementation plan for the program. The consensus from these consultations is that the ministry should roll out the completion of the project in phases, based on the level of completion, funding availability, and the need of the various catchment areas. The phase-out approach is intended to ensure that limited resources are used efficiently to complete and operationalize projects rather than spreading resources too thinly across too many sites. The Speaker, government will ensure that this project is considered under subsequent phases of the implementation program accordingly. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Tony Muir.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for your answer. I have a supplementary question, and I would like to know if in the rolling out of the project, you could give us some timelines as to when what would be done. Thank you very much.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to inform this House that there has been a cabinet decision on the Agenda 111. And as I have already indicated, we are supposed to phase them out. And so cabinet has taken a decision to invest in the first 35 districts or facilities. And the criteria we use in selecting the first 35, which Heman Lower Denchira district or project is part of the 35. And so we look at the level of completion, we look at the need of the people in the area. So in some cases, there are no district hospitals within the catchment area. And then we also look at the regional distribution. So at least we have at least a facility in every region. So these are the criteria we use in identifying these 35. And so these 35 we have concluded on, government is going to invest in it and complete. Another strategy is also to bring what we call CHAG, Christian Health Association of Ghana. We are not into competition with CHAG, we are in partnership with CHAG. So government pays for the compensation of workers at CHAG already. And therefore, what government has decided is that if CHAG is interested in any of these facilities, we'll welcome them and then we'll give it to them for them to complete and then run, because it's non-profit organization. And then the third one is the pure private sector. The private sector can also be invited. We'll sign an MOU or a contract. We can do build, operate, and transfer, so that we will not leave any of these facilities to rot away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I heard you right, Minister, so it means the lower Denchura is part of the 35 you've selected. Well. So now let's turn to Kwadaso. Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako on question 491. Question 491. Prof, you have the floor now.
Your time, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker. But Minister,
it's rather 491. Yes.
491, not 419. Mr. Speaker, permit me to ask the Minister for Health what mitigating measures the ministry has implemented or considering to implement to prevent staff of the National Health Insurance Authority from being removed from their office, as was witnessed at the Kwabri East. Thank you.
Minister, having invited you, so you can now answer the question, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the incident that occurred at Kwabri East, where some staff of the National Health Insurance were reportedly locked out of their offices by unknown individuals, was indeed regrettable and unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, let me establish the difference here. There's a difference between lockout and removing. If removing, if I understand it well, means sack or sacking.
Locked out. That was, yes. So, Madam Minister, you went further to say that that action is condemnable and that it shouldn't happen again. My question arising from that is, have you been able to engage the police to find out the culprits or offenders? If you've not done that, will you be considering engaging the police to ensure that, because there is a barbaric act that must be stopped? If you engage, you'll be engaging the police to ensure that the offenders are brought to justice, to forestall any future occurrence of this criminal activity. Thank you.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, immediately the incident happened, the matter was reported to the police, and the issue has since been under police investigation. But, Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures the ministry has put in place in order to curb or to even prevent or avoid such a scenario, is that I have directed that every agency or facility under the Ministry of Health must be covered by CCTV cameras, be it a CHIP compound or a health center or a polyclinic, district hospitals, regional hospitals, or teaching hospitals. Every portion, National Health Insurance, Food and Drugs Authority, every portion of any agency under the Ministry of Health must, as a matter of policy, be covered by CCTV cameras. Thank you.
So, Minister, so your answer is so good, but who's going to be in charge of the cost?
Mr. Speaker, we have various budget lines as we approve in this House, goods and services and what have you, whether it falls under infrastructure or goods and services. So directorate agencies have been directed. In some cases, they can even use their internally generated funds to do it, especially when you go to the CHIPS and the health centers in the rural areas where very little is generated. We've also connected them to the district assemblies to be able to help them, whilst the ministry, the mother ministry, is also looking at how we can supplement them. Thank you.
That's good. Yes, Prof.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for these good responses. I have none more, but to say that, Mr. Speaker, this particular minister, Honorable Kwabena Mintah-Kando, when he's available to answer questions in the House, he is punctual, and I think that I need to put that on record. As for his punctuality, I think I'll give it to him. Thank you.
You see, your ship is saying you are abusing the rules.
Who said that?
Using the floor to... Yes, the question actually, initially when you asked the question, I was looking at it. This question is coming from Kwabri East, and the Kwabri East member of parliament is sitting right behind you. Let him now give him the floor to also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, the incident happened in my constituency. Now, after the incident, after the lockout or the removal, the manager was transferred to another district, and a new person was brought as a manager. I want to ask the minister, doesn't that amount to condoning the act? And doesn't he think that if we continue to do this, then we are giving impetus for other people to attack and remove people so that they will be reinstated in that same position?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, transfers are part and parcel of our routine procedures in any government establishment. Thank you.
Minister, anyway, I was going to do follow-up myself, but from Kwada, so let's turn to Akim Odan. Akim Odan, Honorable Alexander Kwesiakwa on question 553. Question 553.
I'm asking for you. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 883. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health an update on the plans to regulate and professionalize traditional medicine practices and integrate them into the National Health Framework. Thank you.
Respectful Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Traditional Medicine Practice Council, TMPC, established under the Traditional Medicine Practice Act 2000, Act 575, is mandated to oversee the regulation, professionalization, and development of traditional medicine practices in the country. The Council is committed to ensuring the safety, efficacy, and quality of traditional medicine, as well as its integration into the broader national health system. On professionalization, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is celebrating 25 years since the introduction of its herbal medicine program and has trained over 250 herbal clinicians who currently serve in about 50 government hospitals, including Lekma, Koforidua, and Shai Osudoku hospitals. Pentecost University has introduced a Doctor of Herbal Medicine program, and other universities, including the University of Health and Allied Sciences, have expressed interest in training professionals in this space. The Council also organizes short courses and continuous professional development programs for practitioners nationwide. On integration and regulation, the Ministry is currently reviewing and expanding the recommended herbal medicine list for inclusion into the National Health Insurance Scheme, which will further support integration efforts and expand services beyond the current 50 facilities to serve more Ghanaians nationally. The Council has developed advertisement guidelines to regulate traditional medicine practices and protect public health. Compliance has quadrupled in the last year, with over 1,000 traditional and alternative medicine facilities being inspected across the country. Some non-compliant facilities closed down, and the Council clamping down aggressively on unqualified practitioners in our media spaces. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One can often observe that in public transportations, in public transport buses, and etc., you find that some of these practitioners, self-acclaimed practitioners, are always there marketing their so-called drugs. What mechanisms are being put in place to ensure that this menace is kept? Because this is resulting in a lot of health complications for citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Those who sell drugs in vehicles, buses.
Mr. Speaker, the question had three futures: regulate, professionalization, and integration. These are the three futures of the question. And as I said, I expanded on all these, and I gave examples. Mr. Speaker, my surprise stems from the fact that the questioner has been a deputy minister of the sector, and he understands all these things, so I was a bit surprised. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker,
well, Honorable Minister, what did you say?
I'm saying that as I have answered the question, all what I have answered, the answer I have given, the questioner has been the deputy minister for the sector.
The question, is it the owner of the question himself or the one who is asking the question?
The owner of the question. The owner of the question. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister, I wouldn't take
those
this.
who engage in other illegal acts are being clamped down frequently. So there is a task force that has been deployed across the length and breadth of this country, and they are chasing people who are not doing the right thing. But of course, if your product is certified and you have a license to sell, you are free to sell anywhere you want to sell. But then you must abide by the rules and regulations governing the sector.
Thank you very much. We turn to question. Yes, Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister for Health. He has indicated that some of these traditional medicine practitioners are practicing in some hospitals, and they are not exhaustive, because he said they include Lekma, Koforidua, and Shire Osudoku hospitals, and all that. What I'm not sure that I want him to help is whether the traditional public hospitals like Konfanoche, Kolebu, and now the University of Ghana Medical Center, whether we have some of these traditional medicine practitioners also working there.
Yes,
I want to
Honorable
find
Minister.
out, yeah, if they have or something. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you read the answer, I stated that On professionalization, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is celebrating 25 years since the introduction of its herbal medicine program and has trained over 250 herbal clinicians who currently serve in about 50 government hospitals. So what we have now, and I've given examples of the 50, and I've also stated that plans are far in advance to expand to other, whilst we train more of these clinicians. So we are looking at training, and I've also said that we are increasing even the medicine list of these particular people to include it as part of the National Health Insurance medicine list.
Yes, Honorable Maswell Kuto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd want to inquire from the Minister at the backdrop of those who call themselves doctors. So Dr. Panier, Dr. this, Dr. that, in the vehicles, on radio stations. I would want to know whether it falls under the purview of the Minister of Health or GTEC as to, and the processes for us to report some of these people if need be, so that the system can be cleared for us to know exactly who is a doctor and who is not a doctor. In this space where we have the herbal medicines also being clinical doctors.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as for titles, in this country we have a body regulating titles. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave that one for GTEC for now.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kwabri East, may you kindly take question 556?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health update on the allocation and utilization of revenue generated by health care facilities and how it is being used for maintenance and staff motivation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this Honorable House that healthcare facilities utilize their internally generated funds in accordance with an agreed formula that guides expenditure at the facility level. This ensures that revenues generated by facilities are applied in a structured and accountable manner to support service delivery, operations, maintenance, and other approved needs. Mr. Speaker, under the existing guidelines issued by the Ghana Health Service, with the approval of the Ministry of Finance, facility managers are permitted to allocate up to 5% of their internally generated funds for maintenance-related activities. However, the Ministry's assessment of the maintenance state of health facilities indicates that a more deliberate and adequately funded approach is required. The Ministry is therefore considering an improvement of the existing guidelines by developing a revised formula that will direct all health facilities to utilize between 15% and 20% of their internally generated funds for maintenance. This will provide a more predictable funding stream for preventive maintenance, minor rehabilitation, equipment servicing, and general facility upkeep. With regards to staff motivation, facilities are required to apply internally generated funds strictly in line with approved utilization formula, financial regulations, and service delivery priorities. The Ministry expects all such expenditures to be properly authorized, transparent, and consistent with public financial management rules. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is also hopeful that an upward review of service tariffs under the National Health Insurance would improve facility revenue streams and provide additional physical space to support maintenance, operations, and service quality. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Prof, are you okay? Honorable?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, no further questions.
Very well. So let me go to Afia.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated that up to 5% of the internal generated funds are allocated for maintenance purposes. I would like to find out from the minister, since he intends to increase this to 1520, what are the timelines for the completion of this particular guideline to take effect? I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as possible.
Honorable Member for Etua East, let me hear your voice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as soon as possible. I mean, there's no certainty, there's no, timelines. As soon as possible cannot be a relevant answer to. Yes. Doesn't matter if it's constituency specific. As soon as possible does not come with certainty.
I asked her to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Abra,
yes, Mr.
that
Speaker.
is his answer.
Yes.
So you may take it.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, he's a top government official, and he manages the policy at the ministry. And so if you are being asked for some certainty, you should be able to provide some level of certainty. But if you say as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker, he's not said anything. He's just playing with words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, you asked the question. No, I wouldn't give you that. Honorable members, you turn to the next question, which is coming from Botiano English Amanfrum. But before I do that, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our visitors at the public gallery. Some of them travel from far, and I understand they are eager to go back. So the first school is Amponyasi DAJHS. Amponyasi DAJHS. They are here, being led by Charles Insobila, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Akrofrom constituency. Amponyase, yeah, the member is here, yes. Yes, good. So you may resume your seat. I know your community very well. The second school is Sure Start Green Montessori. Sure Start Green Montessori. Your leader is Adu Kingsley, who is also a teacher, and the school is located in the Aman-Saman constituency. Aman-Saman constituency. Your number is 58. Damponya say you are number of 74. So you are also welcome. You may resume your seat. And the third school is Asaman Abuadukwa D8 Basic School. I hope I pronounce it well. Abuadukwa. Is that the pronunciation? Yes. And your leader is Benjamin Kosa, who is a teacher, and the school is located in Ekumfi constituency, and your number is also 74. So you are also welcome. And on behalf of the House, we wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament. Yes, so let's turn to question 603. Question 603. Honorable Felix Akwete Oakley, member for Botiano English Amanfrom. Yes, Honorable Maswell Kuto may take the question on his behalf.
To ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry to upgrade the English Amanfro and the Botiano polyclinics to municipal hospital status with improved infrastructure development for the Gulf South municipality to enhance healthcare delivery.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this Honorable House that the Ministry of Health is fully aware of the healthcare needs of Gas South Municipality, particularly within the catchment area of Englishi, Amanfro, and Botiano. These are fast-growing communities, and the Ministry recognizes the need to continuously improve access to quality healthcare services for the population. Mr. Speaker, government has taken steps to strengthen healthcare delivery within the municipality and its adjoining areas. Significant upgrades are being undertaken at the Gas South Municipal Hospital, also known as the Wejagbawe Municipal Hospital, which is within reasonable proximity to both the Englishi, Amanfro, and Botiano polyclinics. These works include the addition of 120-bed pediatric facility, together with other critical service areas aimed at strengthening secondary level and specialized care for residents of the municipality and the wider Accra West catchment area. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the specific request to upgrade the English, Amanfro, and Botiano polyclinics to municipal hospital status, I wish to indicate that this was not provided for under the 2026 budget due to current physical constraints and the competing infrastructure needs across the health sector. The ministry's immediate focus is therefore to optimize the use of existing health infrastructure within the municipality, particularly the ongoing upgrades at the Gas South Municipal Hospital, whilst continuing to support service delivery at the English, Amanfro, and Botiano polyclinics. This approach is intended to ensure that available resources are deployed efficiently whilst improving access to care for the people of Gas South and adjoining communities. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry acknowledges the legitimate expectation for further upgrades, particularly in communities experiencing rapid population growth. We will therefore continue to monitor population trends, patient attendance, disease burden, and service demand within the municipality. These indicators will guide future policy planning and funding decisions when the necessary physical space becomes available. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Maswell.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, just to ask the minister, he says that Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable House that the Ministry of Health is fully aware of the healthcare needs of the Gas South people and that within the catchment areas, English, Amanfro, Botiano, these are fast growing. So the 120-bed pediatric facility, can the minister give an indication of how soon this can be completed so that the two other municipalities can benefit appropriately? Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this particular facility has attracted high public interest, and I wish to update the House on the current status. Mr. Speaker, I inherited the project. It's a World Bank funded project, and in the course of the construction, the World Bank raised issues of what we call misprocurement. And so we had to deal with the issues of misprocurement. The Speaker, since then, we have on standby the full complement of staff for the facility, number one. Mr. Speaker, we have invited the contractor on several occasions. In some instances, he sent his representative. The last meeting will take place on the 10th of this month. Today is on the 8th. So on the 10th of this month, the contractor is not in the country at the moment. We have invited him, and on the 10th was his request that he will be available personally for us to conclude on the matters. So, Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that it's not as though the facility has been fully completed. There are no issues, and government deliberately do not want to commission. Mr. Speaker, as we sent people from the Ghana Health Service to the facility, there are equipment that have not been installed, and there are others that have been installed, but we don't have complete access, and the project has not been handed over to the ministry. So we are engaging with the contractor to resolve the issues so that the project will be fully handed over to the ministry for its operationalization. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I put it on record that the project has not been fully completed, 1. 2, the project has not been handed over to the ministry for its operationalization. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that if the project is handed over this morning, in the next 24 hours, we don't even need to do any fanfare. We will commission the project because we have a full complement of staffing for that particular facility. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Jai, let me hear you.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for this comprehensive explanation. He said the project has not been fully completed. I just want to know what is outstanding with reference to completion. That's all.
Well. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated it in my submission that when we sent the Ghana Health Service staff to the facility, there are equipment that has not been installed. And those that have been installed, they do not have access to the codes of the equipment because the contractor has not handed over to the ministry. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with that issue, but I just wanted to put on record that the perception out there that the project has been completed and handed over to the ministry and we do not want to commission is not the case. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, the Minister explained that there are some codes that the contractor may not have given to them for them to be able to access some of the machines. Is that what he means by the fact that the project has not been completed? Because if you are saying that you have not been given access and therefore you don't have some codes, does that amount to the incompletion of the project or the non-completion of the project? Because, Speaker, we also know, from a layman's point of view, per what we see, that the project is complete.
Well, I don't think we need to split our hairs on it. Okay, clarify it.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I'm just repeating myself. I said two things. That you cannot operationalize a facility that has not been handed over to you. That's clear. I've also said that we do not have some of the codes to the equipment. You also heard that one. Did you also hear that I said that some of the equipment have not been installed? You didn't hear that one? Okay, I'm sorry. So that's the case.
Honorable members, from English, Botiano, Amanfrom.
Speaker, we are here to represent the people. When there is a matter of this nature, and it is causing a lot of problems, and especially with regards to the fact that I'm also in this position, I should be given the opportunity to, as it were, deliberate on this matter further.
I've given you 2 slots.
Speaker,
okay, you are a leader now.
Speaker,
take the last one.
This is a hospital project that has been finished. As to whether you do not have access or you are not getting some code, Speaker, that is a matter you have to deal with. And if you now come and say that something has not been installed, it is for you to tell us what has not been installed so that we have a forward movement. Speaker, and that is what I want to find out from the Minister. What has not been installed? Tell us so that we will know that this is supposed to be installed. That is all.
So Minister, by your own estimation, when do you envisage that everything will be okay for that facility to be open?
Mr. Speaker, projects are completed as far as the ministry is concerned when they are handed over to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we have invited, and let me put on record that I inherited this project. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue that the World Bank raised, and it's an issue of public interest, that there's misprocurement. There's misprocurement, and that some of the prices were inflated. This is an issue that the World Bank has raised, and we are resolving the issue. And I've said that we have invited the contractor on several occasions. We've met several times, and the last date, in fact, it's not about 1 year. The project was completed at the end of 2025. And so we have invited the contractor. And Mr. Speaker, let me put on record, if there are issues of misprocurement or inflation of prices, the contractor is not entirely absorbed. So we have to be careful. And so, Mr. Speaker, we agree that the contractor must hand over the project to the state for its operationalization. Mr. Speaker, even if you decide to go and take the project by force, assuming that you want to even take it by force, how do you get the codes to even operate the equipment? And then the person in question is even not in the country as I speak to you now. And he has given us dates to be present in this country for us to resolve the issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I insist that the project has not been handed over to the ministry, and we do not have, control over the project as I speak. So that impression should not be created.
I'm not asking any further question. I've had personal engagements with the minister. He's assured me. Speaker, it's just the assurance for the people that they can access this facility. I would urge him to do further, because for whatever it's worth, the project is ready. As to whether or not it's fully completed, I still believe that they can facilitate that. And so I am pleading with the Honorable Minister. I'm pleading with you, but it is
Leader.
not for me to do so.
Leader.
No.
Leader, as you said, please engage him so that, yes, so.
This is the floor of Parliament, and the people are listening. Mr. Speaker, it is my responsibility, I agree, to facilitate the operationalization of the facility. Mr. Speaker, that is what I am in the ministry to do. Now, Mr. Speaker, the impression that I would not allow to be kept in the Hansard is that the project has been completed, has been handed over, and the minister or the ministry is deliberately refusing to operationalize it. That is no, Mr. Speaker, when you get such platform, you set record straight. When you get such platforms, you set the record straight. So, Mr. Speaker, there are issues. It's not as if there are no issues. There are issues, but we are not relenting on the issues. We are solving the issues, and Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that whatever it takes will resolve the issue for the operationalization of the facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask the minister. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the minister. He indicated that they have invited the contractor, and the contractor is set to come. We would want to know the time, because he said the contractor is out of the country. The time the contractor gave that is coming.
Yes, very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I said it, that the contractor has indicated he will be in the country on the 10th. Today is on the 10th.
Okay.
So
2 days away.
2 days away from now.
Very well. So, honorable members, from Botia.
Speaker, let me, as leaders, we help you to manage the House. And I believe that ever often we get the opportunity to deal with such matters. And I want to plead with my brother, Jerry. It's his constituency. Even though we want to use these tools, I want to suggest that it's also more effective if we engage the minister as leaders. He's also a leader. Oh, okay. So I'm sure that once the issues are settled, we're all interested in getting the facility reopened. So I believe that in addition to this exercise, the leader should engage the minister. I believe that they can find some solution to operationalizing the facility. This is in our interest, even as a house, that the facility be put to the purpose for which it's been. So, I'm happy we have done this. But
Thank you very much.
So that it can be done.
Let's now turn to Offensive North. Offensive North, Honorable Dr. Frechi Asamoah on question 633. 633.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the status of the National Health Insurance Authority's district office at Afrancho in the Offensive North constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this honorable house that the National Health Insurance Authority has completed the new district office at Afrancho in the Offensive North constituency. The office has been staffed and is currently fully functional. It is therefore providing national health insurance related services to residents of Afrancho, Offensive North, and adjoining communities.
Yes, Dr. Fred, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's good to acknowledge that the MPP government completed this NHIS office in Offensive North in Afrancho. I would like to know from the minister, because I'm reliably informed that there have been periodic staff. This question has been pending since 2025, and I want the people of my constituency to benefit from it. So I'd like to know from the minister the date from which this staff have been resident at the office, as opposed to the staff visiting periodically from adjoining district. And also, if you can also tell us the number of staff that are in this office, because the people need to benefit.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member asks of the status of the district office, and I have told him that it's been completed and there are staff there and the office is working. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to follow up. Mr. Speaker, the question meant status, and status involves a whole lot of activities. Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate, but I think the minister will want to furnish the number of staff that have been resident and when the residency is. But my follow-up question again, given that the office is fully functional, can the minister state how many days this office per week is functioning, and also the number of registrations and the claims process at this office, given that the office is functional?
Minister, are you ready and mindful to respond to him?
Mr. Speaker, I came with some of the officers from the National Health Insurance, and the number of staff there, I can get it right away from you before we even leave the floor of the House. But I still insist that the office is operational. As to the administrative measures and how many booklets they have and how many claims they have filed, and Mr. Speaker, I guess the honourable member is going too far. So,
you see, Your minister can dribble you, eh? So, Fred.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick, I just want to appeal to the minister. I know that there are periodic staff that come to the office, and the constituency is also yearning to get the full benefit and the services being provided by NHIS. So I'll continue to appeal to him that it should be fully operational and functional, and I won't come back with follow-up questions. And I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have been giving some answers. As of now, we have 3 permanent workers at the office, and I think from time to time other staff also join. So once it's just the beginning, and I hear we started around late last year, November, December 2025. So when we are doing more recruitment, we will make sure that we post more people to the place for it to be fully functional. So the honourable member can liaise with my office, and then we see what we can do. Thank you.
Well, from Offenso North, let's go up to Zabzugu. Honourable Alassane Omar.
Thank you.
On question 646. Yes, Honourable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health why the National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS, coverage does not include ambulance services. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ambulance services are not currently covered as a direct reimbursable service under the National Health Insurance Scheme. However, the Ministry of Health, through its allocation from the National Health Insurance Fund, provides funding support to the National Ambulance Service for 8 operations. While this support is not sufficient to fully meet the operational requirements of the service, the ministry is taking steps to create a dedicated budget line within its budgetary allocation to support the service more sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, kindly indulge me to thank the Minister for attending upon the House to respond to questions from his own colleagues. Honourable Minister, we thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Leaders.
Speaker, may I pray for variation of the order of business so that instead of item number 7, we can take item number 8. Speaker, I have a number of papers to lay so that I can get the minister to do so on behalf of his other colleagues who are unavoidably absent, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
We will, Honourable Isaac Boama, we will obviously take that statement. So I think that statement should have been taken yesterday. So today we will take it, but let's lay the papers and afterwards we'll come to
Very well, Speaker. Very well. So after 8, we come back to 7. That's the sense of the House? Yes, yes. Thank you.
Speaker, so in that case, we'll take items numbers 8A, 8B, 8C, D, E, I, and then 8F from Roman numeral I to XXVI. Mr. Speaker, respectfully. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, kindly come with me to page 4. Page 4. Item listed 8, presentation of papers. We therefore take us to the commencement of public business. So, item 8A by the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources, and I understand the Minister for Health will do as the honors. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, we were following the majority chief whip, variation of the order of business and seeking for the papers to be laid. We don't have a problem with it, but he has not been able to tell us why the minister responsible for health will be doing the laying. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is in relation to about 6 ministers, 6, and none of them is in the chamber. We are talking about the Minister for Works and Housing, Minister for Education, Minister for Tourism, Minister for Transport, Minister for Trade and Agribusiness, and the Minister responsible for local government. 6 of your ministers, they are not in the chamber. And you are expecting the Minister responsible for health without giving us reasons why those ministers are not in the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, the majority, as much as we don't have a problem in the laying of the paper, but he owes us to tell us where his 6 ministers are, that the minister responsible for health will be the one to lay the papers.
Speaker, indeed, I did say that the respective ministers in whose names these businesses stand are unavoidably absent. To be specific, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Works and Housing, Transport and Local Government are part of the interministerial committee that is dealing with the present, the after effect of the flood that happened in southern Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Minister for Trade, she's presently out of the jurisdiction, but the deputy is ably here. But I know my brother Habib. He will fight me why I want the deputy to do this on behalf of the substantive. That is why. You will fight me. So even though the deputy is here, I'm praying that the minister responsible for health will do so on behalf of his sister, who is the substantive for trade. If he's not minded, then of course we'll get the deputy to do this on behalf of his boss. Then that's for trade. Mr. Speaker, in respect of education, he was here yesterday. He gave the indication that he has a meeting, some interministerial meeting to deal with some other matters. So he's also unavoidably absent. He gave the indication that he could have been here earlier if we were going to do this in the morning. But look at the time of the day. So he's not here. Then the tourism minister is also involved in some conference. And so just close by. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Honorable Habib it's not everything that you litigate. It is midweek, but you are already in the mood to do mischief. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that we do this quickly so that we can deal with the business of taking statements. Oh, Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it hurts the explanation the majority chief whip gave. Now we can actually, and listeners and people watching us, will know where the whereabouts of the ministers, even though we know the ministers don't take this house serious, because what he has mentioned is an indication that they are equally somewhere whilst they're supposed to be here. But what I'm very surprised about is that the Honorable Samsonahi, he's a six-time member of parliament. He was a 3-month deputy whip before, a former deputy minister, a senior member of this house. You didn't give him a ministerial position. And yet, even to lay papers, allow him to even lay papers is a problem. A 5th-time member of parliament. He was one time a deputy whip, 3 months. He was a deputy whip for 3 months. He was a deputy minister in the previous administration. Now he's a deputy minister. Allow him to lay papers. You don't want to give him. Allowing a deputy minister to lay papers is in our standing orders. The standing orders says that if the person in charge is not there, but somebody designated in that capacity can be allowed to do so. Even he's a deputy minister, vetted and passed, a 6th-time member of parliament. But yet the chief whip will not allow Samsonani. Samsonani, what have you done to your people? What have you done to your people? Why? Even to lay papers, they won't allow you to lay papers. They prefer a different minister to lay the papers, but rather not you. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a problem. The minister can lay the papers and then we can make progress.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Samsonani.
Mr. Speaker.
The application has been granted, but when it gets to your ministry, I will allow you to do
Before that, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be serious in this house. The minority chief whip is confused, and he doesn't understand what he's doing. You should learn the standing orders, and you understand the prayer that the chief whip prayed. Don't. I don't want to. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to continue. Because if I want to continue, it will be good for him. But you should just study the standing orders and you understand it. If you are confused from the house, don't bring it here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Honorable Minister for Health, kindly do as the honors with A, B, C, D. I think that of the agribusiness, I want the Deputy Minister to do. Just indulge me with that. And you do the rest for me. So, 8A.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Hydrological Authority for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the audit statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing for consideration and report. Let's turn to B. 8B.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Education for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the audit statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. Let's turn to 8C.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Tourism Authority for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the audit statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism for consideration and report. Now, D.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Airports Company Limited for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the audit statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transportation for consideration and report. With the E, I invite the Deputy Minister for Trade to do as the honors.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Enterprises Agency for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the audit statements of 8E, I have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism for consideration and report. Now we turn to F.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ningo Pram District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Wenchi Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Fantiakwa North District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Sagnirigu Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Karachi East Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Sablugu Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Aceh Mansa District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tema West Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tatale Sanguli District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Adan East District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bibiani and Riasu Bekwai Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Fija Kwabre North District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kumasi Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ablekuma West Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Echima Kwamonya District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Busumchi District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Jabuso District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mion District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Yilo Krobo Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mampong Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Asne Manso Akroso District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Pristia Huni Valley Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashama Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Karaga District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brekum East Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the annual audit statement of 8F, I, IV, V, VI, VII, VIII, IX, X, XI, XII, XIII, XIV, SV, SVI, SVII, SVIII, XIX, XX, XXI, XXII, XXIII, XXIV, XXV, XSVI have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Yes, leader. Yes, leader. Honorable Jethro, can you allow leader to? Yes.
Speaker, we may have to return to item number 7 and take the two advertised statements as well as one in memory of our brother yes, I think that leader is directing that we should take that one rather first.
Yes.
And then we proceed with the advertised ones in that order.
Thank you very much. Honorable members,
for
justice arrives. Let me invite Honorable Isaac Boamanyako.
Speaker, we are praying that in the course of taking these 3 statements, if the AG arrives, then we may have to pause and take his report on the tribunals. We laid the report yesterday. What is outstanding is the comments and adoption. So we'll do that, then Abraham will take you. Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
So, yes.
Very well. So let me invite Honorable Isaac Boamanyako, a member of Parliament for Efia, to make a commemoration statement, a first anniversary statement of the passing of our brother, our friend, our own colleague, the late Honorable Ernest Yaokumi, former member of Parliament for Akwatia. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this commemorating statement in memory of the first anniversary of the passing of the late Honorable Ernest Yaokumi, former member of Parliament for Akwatia. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was exactly a year when this honorable house lost one of our beloved brother, colleague, and dedicated public servant, the late Honorable Ernest Yaokumi, former member of Parliament for the Akwatia constituency. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of July 2025, the whole nation was struck by the shocking news of his demise, which left an indelible void in this honorable house and in the hearts of all who knew him. 1 year on, Mr. Speaker, we remember him not only for the depth of his impact on Ghanaian politics, but also his unwavering commitment to public service, which continues to stand as a shining example for young leaders across our beloved country. Honorable Ernest Yaokumi was born on the 5th of December 1984 in Achimwinchi in the eastern region of Ghana. He came from a family with a strong tradition of public service and education, which inspired his passion for leadership, community development, and serving others from an early age. Mr. Speaker, Ernest was a proud alumnus of Adisadel College, the class of 2003. He shared cherished formative years with many of us, forging bonds of friendship and camaraderie that lasted a lifetime. His time at Adisadel College was marked by academic excellence, discipline, and active participation in school life, laying a strong foundation for his future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, he was a highly accomplished individual. He held 3 postgraduate degrees, an MBA in corporate governance, an LLB, and a Master of Science in Defense and Intelligence and international politics. His multifaceted academic background equipped him with expertise in administration, law, governance, and strategic affairs. Before entering active politics, Honorable Ernest Yaokumi built a successful professional career, serving as a senior manager for securities and administration at American Tower Corporation. His private life, he was a devoted Christian, a loving husband to his wife, Mrs. Mavis Kumi, and a proud father to his 3 children. He balanced his demanding public roles with a warm family life, always making time for those closest to him. His humility, integrity, and quiet strength as a family man endeared him to many beyond the political arena. Ernest Kumi's entry into Parliament was a testament to his resilience and the trust that the good people of Akwetia had in him. In the closely contested December 2024 general elections, Ernest secured a hard-fought victory for the New Patriotic Party, pulling approximately 19,000 votes against the incumbent 17,000. His triumph symbolized hope for a new generation of leadership. Despite legal challenges and hurdles, including a High Court injunction and contempt proceedings that finally reached the Supreme Court, his determination prevailed. The Supreme Court's landmark ruling in June 2025 affirmed his position, allowing him to serve with dignity until his passing. Though his tenure in Parliament was tragically short, Ernest Kumi distinguished himself through the hard work and commitment. He served diligently on the parliamentary committees on land and natural resources and the House Committee, contributing insightful perspectives on critical national issues. In his constituency, Ernest championed educational development by providing school desks and essential learning resources to basic schools while advancing infrastructural development to improve the quality of life in the Akwetia constituency. Colleagues in this House remember him as a sharp debater, a meticulous legislator, and a communicator who paid attention to every detail. His brief but impactful service reflected a deep love for his people and an unyielding dedication to the progress of this country. On this first anniversary, Mr. Speaker, we extend our deepest condolences one more time to his beloved wife, Mrs. Mavis Kumi, the 3 beautiful children he has left behind, the entire Kumi family, the chiefs and the people of Akwetia, the MPP fraternity, and the entire house in which he served the 9th Parliament. May the good Lord grant him strength, grant the family strength and comfort in the knowledge that Ernest's legacy endures in the policies he championed and influenced, the lives he touched, and the example he set. Honorable Ernest Yaokumi has left us too soon at a very prime age of 40 years, but his light continues to inspire. As we remember him today, Mr. Speaker, let us commit ourselves one more time to the values in which he embodied: perseverance in the face of adversity and selfless service to his motherland, Ghana, and in pursuit of excellence in all endeavors. Rest in perfect peace, our dear brother Ernest Yaokumi. Your memory will forever remain in our hearts. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, this is a sober, refreshing time, and I will ask that we comment to reflect the mood. So I will start with Honourable member for Ayawaso Central,
East.
Ayawaso East.
Formerly of Akwetia.
Former member of Akwetia. constituency. Okay, very well.
Mr. Speaker, I rise humbly to support the statements calmly delivered by our brother in remembrance of our brother, Ernest Kumi. I know Ernest Kumi personally, and I have had personal interaction with him. A young man, respectful, humble, calm speaker, and I think that he's one of the illustrious sons of this country, and we lost him too early. May Almighty God bless his, wherever he is, bless him and keep him in the bosom of Abraham. I know Ernest Kumi when he started coming into politics in Akwetia, and I was there. He never mentioned my name, he always called me senior. And the last time I met him was when I was standing in front of my office in Akwetia, and he was he went to do some campaign in the market, and he came towards me. And the words that he used was that, senior, we are learning from you, even though he knows I'm from NDC. But he said, senior, we are learning from you. We want to walk in yourselves. We had a few interactions and he went. And that has always stood up in my mind anytime they talk about Ernest Kumi. Ernest Kumi, even though he's an MPP, all those who know him know that he cuts across the political divide. He is respectful to anybody he meets. He is not, even though unfortunately these legal matters got him entangled in all these tussles. But with all that, he always maintained himself. He is a shining example of the youth. He is a shining example of all upcoming politicians. And his demeanor is a unifying spirit. And I believe that all those who know him and those who learn from him should carry that spirit. He's with the MPP, but he's for Ghana. He was with the MPP, but he showed leadership even when there was trouble. Even with all these litigations and whatever, he showed leadership. And that leadership is is something that we should all learn as an example of a true politician, somebody who is in to serve his country. And I am making this statement and on behalf of as a former member of Akwetia, to say that I think Akwetia appreciated him and they will continue to remember him. And on that note, I want to pray that God will keep him safe wherever he is. It's not only MPP who have lost him, I think that the whole Ghana lost him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes. Please, nobody should comment more than 5 minutes, I beg of you. Yes, let me go to Bosome Freo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to comment on this statement. Mr. Speaker, in 2016-2017, I met Ernest Kumi for the very first time. We both had ambitions. We had a lot of things in common. He expressed his interest and desire in becoming a member of parliament. I equally did same. We had a different plan as to how we will arrive in this chamber. So my good friend and brother Ernest, in 2018, even though he had been preparing the ground since 2017, won the Akwetia primaries against Honorable Amase. Speaker, I remember the battle my good friend went through. to finally win the internal primaries. After winning the internal primaries, he had to go for the general elections in 2020, properly so-called. And we all know how Akwetia seat is. We can constantly, day in, day out. My brother will tell you the things he's going through and the promising future he's hoping for. He couldn't win the 2020 elections. He didn't give up. He nurtured the constituency, tried again, went for primaries in 2023, and won the primaries again. This time was fortunate and won the general elections in 2024. The Speaker, only for Ernest to spend 6 months in this chair, and that's it. The Speaker, 2 weeks before Ernest will pass, the entire weekend, myself and Ernest spent that weekend with, at the Safari Valley in Ekropon. He was with the Lands Committee, and I was with the Population Committee. Spent the whole weekend, you can imagine. A week before Ernest will pass, we were in Takrade at the FIA, or his constituency in the Takrade Poly, to help Takrade Technical University to help our colleague. The Speaker, we departed Takrade on Sunday. Ernest passed away or passed on Sunday evening leading to Monday morning. That's how we lost a friend, a fighter, a promising young man, an intelligent chap, calm but would deliver or would complete the exact task he has set out to do. The Speaker, after all he went through, only God knows our destiny. And only God knows why he called my good friend and our good friend and colleague Ernest this early. Only God knows why, upon all the stress and the things he went through, he had to only spend 6 months as a member of parliament without even enjoying the fruit of his labor. The Speaker, I would console the family, the wife particularly, the kids, and the New Patriotic Party in Akwetia constituency. They have lost a very, very noble man, a pillar, an institution. Even though he was with them as their member of parliament for a very short time, there are a lot of memories they still remember Ernest with. The Speaker, may the soul or the gentle soul of Ernest continue to rest in peace. May the good Lord strengthen his family, the party, and the entire Akwetia constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, let me go to Sunyani. Sunyani is before I come to you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, today happens to be one of the unfortunate days that we are remembering in this parliament. Ernest was more than a brother to some of us. Ernest came to Sunyani and met me. What he said, Said, what I'm hearing from the grounds is likely that you can win. That's where we came together, and since then, he has been calling to encourage me. When I came here, when he sees me, he keeps on encouraging me. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. But what I'm saying is that, what moral lesson are we also taking from it as those who are still alive? We have to take our health seriously. I was here last week. What I saw was that I was having dizziness. I went to the clinic to see the doctor. What he told me is that I'm not having any sickness or what have you, but it's stress. So I have to go home and then go and rest. We have to take time and rest. If not, this unfortunate thing which has happened or befall on our brother may happen again. And if it happens, the next day there will be a by-election. So let's take our health seriously. And there's an adage in Akan language that to 8. A lot of our senior or our members have lost this chamber. All of them, may Allah be pleased with their souls. And we, those who are alive too, before we depart, I believe that we'll go and meet our brothers in Abraham's bosom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honourable member for Nsheso.
Speaker, thank you very much.
No, I was looking around to see whether there was a first timer. Well, I wanted to give the first timers the opportunity to. So,
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm adding my emotional comment to already what has been said by both houses because of the painful exit of our dear brother. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure every Tom, Dick, and Harry here knows the kind of person we were talking to. So we are talking about, stop. Mr. Speaker, sorry. The caliber of person or the kind of honorable member all of us are talking about. He was a team player, a very respectful and respectable man. He had contributed immensely not to our society at large, but his constituency. He was somebody that, of course, we say that to the dead, nothing but good, implying that there are people who have other issues that were bad, but because they are dead, one cannot talk about them. This man is exceptionally good person that I'm sure even those outside this chamber in this house broke down when we heard that bad news. But Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to also tell the world and the country and the house that there are fundamental variables or factors as a house. Some of these incidents should actually sign a caution to all of us. What we go through as MPs, that other external stakeholders, as a result of asymmetric information, may not have known. Mr. Speaker, we go through too much stress, especially the men. Our primary responsibility to balance family lives, political, and other social needs. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I think our society, this part of the world, on the globe, we seem to have scripted functions of MPs and the real functions of MPs. And I think you being one of our remarkable speakers with this experience, you know what I'm talking about. I think we need to be intentional about this thing. Out there, the society, almost everyone, the citizenry, they all put pressure on us. Even now, as members of parliament, if roofing sheets are not there, MP. Roads, MP. Flooding, MP. Everything, MP. But in terms of resources to perform these unwarranted obligations, we don't have as MPs. And Mr. Speaker, it's having very inimical functions on our internal organs. Stress, depression, tasks that are beyond us. So I think we shouldn't heap scorn on what is happening. That because it's one MP or two from the other side or here. But we need to look at in totality, Mr. Speaker, what is it that most of the MPs that kick the bucket in this house, stress-related, heart problems, check all of them. All of them. It deals with this, in some of them, isn't they say, is it what? Is it thrombosis or thrombosis? Most of them are stress-related. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be very collective and sit down and redesign our functions and responsibilities here and come up with something, whether in the form of policy or convention or law, I'm not a lawyer, to look at what an MP is supposed to actually do and to educate the public for them to also understand our work. Mr. Speaker, with this, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
Let me now come to Adam.
Thank you.
So after Adam, I come to leadership.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the very solemn statement delivered by my honorable colleague in remembrance of our friend and brother, my very good friend, Ernest Kumi. Mr. Speaker, exactly a year ago, we received the shock of Ernest's demise. A year on, Mr. Speaker, his passing remains a stark reminder that public office does not immune us from life's greatest certainty, which is death. But in his passing, certainly there are many lessons that, Mr. Speaker, we can all learn. Surprisingly, a few days or hours after our brother Ernest passed, political campaign activities started from both political parties looking for his replacement. That, for me, is one of the greatest lessons I picked from his demise. That all of us, Mr. Speaker, we are replaceable. And Mr. Speaker, all of us, as long as we are no more, our political parties will continue to run, our constituencies will continue to run, and only maybe those who are so close, especially our families, they may be feeling the heat of our demise. Mr. Speaker, in the last 1 year after the demise of Ernest, elections have been conducted, we have replacements and what have you. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable MP for Sunyani East raised a very important issue. Let this serve as a reminder to us that even in the pursuit of our mandates, we must also take time to take care of ourselves, especially our health. That, Mr. Speaker, sometimes in our endless debates and meetings and what have you, very few of us take time to check what is happening to us in terms of our health. But we should be reminded that political leadership, yes, is a noble calling, but at the same time, there is no political office that is worth sacrificing your life or health for. And so, in all our doings, it is also important for us to take very good care of ourselves, take care of our health. Mr. Speaker, the other thing about Ernest and his passing is the fact that Ernest built friendships that transcend beyond politics. Last year, I stated in this house the unique relationship I had with Ernest, to the extent that even when we were in South Africa, somewhere in 2023, in different states, he traveled all the way just to come and see me in my hotel. That tells you the level of friendship that we shared. Mr. Speaker, in our debates and political commentary, all of us, including myself, we must learn to focus more on the issues and not the personalities. Because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the truth is that you may be in NDC, but your closest friend is the one in the other political party. Every time I argue with Asafo Eje here, the Honorable Asafo Eje, but Mr. Speaker, we all know that he is my very good friend. If he doesn't see me for a day, he can't rest. He will call me. He will check on me. But at the end of the day, in our debates, it may appear as though we are enemies, but we are not. Mr. Speaker, let the demise of Ernest also bring unity and help us to remind ourselves that we are here to serve the interests of Ghana. We may disagree on political lines, but it must never be on personalities. May his soul rest in peace. And I pray that all of us will continue supporting his family, especially the wife and the children, even in the absence of our colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, leadership. Oh, still, people want to. So, who? Okay, let me give it to the Nchilama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to add a little bit of what my colleagues have said about our good friend, Ernest Yaokumi. Ernest wasn't just a friend to some of us, Mr. Speaker. To me, Ernest was a brother to me. One thing that people don't understand is Ernest was someone that I attended the same secondary school with. We were in the same house, and we entered Parliament the same day. So Ernest was just a brother to me. I remember before his passing out, we went to Takrade with our good friend to help our brother Efia. And on Sunday, when we woke up, I told Ernest, "Yo, I have a program in constituency. Can you go with me?" And Ernest was, "I also have a program, so I have to go to Accra, so let's meet in Accra." Mr. Speaker, the saddest aspect of it is, I got to Accra Monday morning, calling Ernest to come and pick me up from the airport to Parliament, all to hear that my brother is no more. Mr. Speaker, it was just a shock to me, and I never believed it until the day that I saw that our brother Ernest was just laying on the bed to say goodbye to us. Mr. Speaker, Ernest was a very good friend, a good brother. Even though we were all in the same level, but we learned a lot of things from our brother. And Mr. Speaker, I think one thing that I want to let all of us, as members of Parliament, to take very cue from it is, we have to be very, very careful with our health. Very, very careful with our health. Mr. Speaker, I will plead that if this Parliament can have some implementation or some policy that all members of Parliament, even if a month, can have a medical checkup and present to leadership to see that, yes, we are taking care of our health, is going to help us. Mr. Speaker, because what happened to our brother can happen to any of us. And if it happens, we are going to be replaced. Mr. Speaker, it is a very sad moment for all of us. And to me, yesterday, I was so down because I couldn't even control myself because of our good brother's death. And Mr. Speaker, I will plead that let us all take care of our health. And I believe that if we do so, we can avoid certain things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. The Republic of Guam.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. I write, Mr. Speaker, a very, very heavy heart that today you are here, tomorrow you are no more. My colleagues have said a lot about the demise of our brother and the personality that he was. And everybody who encountered him when he was alive will testify to the fact that he was a very, very warm person. Regardless of your political affiliation, he was willing, he was ready to work with you.
Mr. Speaker, this is just a wake-up call to all of us. Sometimes the political acrimony, the way we go about our politics, it's as though it's everything under the sun. And I tell people every day that we are living a borrowed life. Our lives are not in our hands. There's somebody out there who determines how long we are going to live on this planet Earth. Our brother from 2017 that started struggling to enter into this parliament, he was here for barely 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I remember Professor Mills started to become a president of this country from 2000, when finally he got the opportunity. He couldn't even govern for 4 years. Our friend John Kuma was in this house, a very, very, very young man, full of prospects, and yet he left us when we all least expected him to go. Mr. Speaker, we are just passing through this planet Earth. We are not coming to stay here forever and ever. And so it's incumbent on all of us to prepare ourselves, because we don't know the day heaven will beckon us. The question is, how ready and how prepared are we that when that day comes, we'll be able to move peacefully? Let me once again use the opportunity to encourage the wife and the children that yes, their father, the husband is gone, but life must continue. It is not enough, Mr. Speaker, for us to make statements here and just abandon the people he has left behind. I don't know what we have put in place to make sure that the children will not miss their father so much. I don't know if you have any educational policy for them so they can go through education. The Speaker, oftentimes when these things happen, beautiful statements are made, and after that, we all go to sleep. And whatever the wife and the children may be going through, nobody pays attention, nobody follows up. I am thinking that where we have gotten to now, leadership of Parliament can start considering something of the sort, that when certain things happen, at least the children are shepherded, assisted, to be able to go through life without necessarily missing their father so much. And so once again, we wish him the very best of luck wherever he is. I believe he's in the bosom of the Father Abraham. May he continue to rest in perfect peace. And let me add my voice in conclusion that we need to take very good care of our health. We need to exercise a lot. We need to eat good food, balanced food. Mr. Speaker, I'm told the Parliament gym, we need to make sure that it's in good condition so that members can, patronize as and when. You come early in the morning, you can go and spend some 30 minutes over there. When you close in the evening, you can still pass through to make sure that at least you are in good condition before you go home. And so I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and may so continue to rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now come to leadership, please. Yes, minority leadership.
Yeah, I yield to my friend from...
Okay. Honorable Swaman.
Swaman, yes.
Yes.
Then.
Okay, thank you, Leader Jerry, for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement on the floor. And being honest, I rise with a heavy heart today because Ernest Kumi, as you all know, we used to call him a star boy. This is a name sometimes when we meet outside, we used to call him. Ernest was not just a friend, and may I use this privilege to send a condolence to the bereaved family, especially parliamentarians, and most especially the MPP fraternity. We have lost someone special. Ernest, as he entered Parliament, anybody Ernest sees, he sees the person as a friend, a brother, and a family. I had a personal relationship with Ernest. Most of the time when Ernest sees you, he will be like Fred. There are some things going on in Parliament sometimes when others sees me, they used to misplace me with you. So we should be very careful in terms of your dealings. And he used to say this for us to have this mutual agreement between NS and I. We look alike. That's what people used to say. So as I said, NS is a brother, NS is a family, and to me, what I want to say is, may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. And I pray that definitely, we are going to meet again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership. Yes. Honorable Hajia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader, for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ernest was a gentleman, and I remember him on the last day he was in this chamber. The last time I saw him, Mr. Speaker, I sat here in my seat and I watched him cross from his side to this side. He sat here on the second row, had a conversation with somebody, and he went back. That is how I still picture him. So when the news broke, I heard the name. I couldn't put a face to the name. But when I was told that that was Akwetia MP, I said, oh, I saw him on Friday in the chamber. He walked to our side and spoke with somebody. And this is how I remember Honorable Eric. A gentleman, calm in his ways, moving quietly by interacting with everybody. Everybody has paid testimony to him. But I want to take it to another level, that as his death came, and we had a new MP replacing him, I sat back and I tried to compare the personalities that I had experienced as MP from the Akwetia constituency. I looked at his predecessor, Honorable Yebua. I looked at him. Then I looked at his successor. And I saw the same type of disposition in all the three MPs that I had encountered at close range. And indeed, when we went to Akwetia for the by-election, I saw same in the people of Akwetia. At the polling station where I manned, everybody who came there was so gentle, stuck in their lane, did what they had to do, and moved on. Mr. Speaker, I think this is what Akwetia as a constituency brings to this House. And this is what Honorable Ernest Kumi embodied. We as a House have to ask ourselves, Zuera, tomorrow, if you are not here, what will your colleagues say about you? This is the big question that we need to answer. And I think that is the sermon of death. Death in itself is a sermon to the living, that we look at those who have gone before us and try to live a life that we can be proud of, that our children can be proud of, that our family and relations can be proud of. Let that be our guide. Difficult as this job is, Mr. Speaker, I've heard my colleagues speak about the stress, the sheer ransom holding, the sheer difficulty that all of us traverse. 3 days ago, I had an unpleasant experience of some of my former schoolmates branding all MPs as corrupt. And I had to take that on to defend my colleague MPs. This is what we go through, Mr. Speaker. So let's please try to be each other's keeper. That's the only thing we can do to assuage these difficulties that we all go through. I have been very emotional this morning, and I think that Honorable Ernest Kumi acquitted himself very well in this House, and that is the memory that he's left. May his gentle soul, as he was, rest in the bosom of the Lord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My condolences to the family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, may I indulge you to rise for 1 minute to pray for the soul of our brother. May the soul of our brother, our friend Ernest Kumi, and the soul of all departed members of Parliament rest in perfect peace. Amen. Yes, leader. We have 2 advertised statements as well.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we had agreed that after our late brother's statement, we will take some business of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice before we proceed to take the report of the Public Accounts Committee and then also the Defense University bill. So we have quite a tall order today. So if we can go to motion number 31. Motion number 31.
Well. Honorable members, kindly come with me to page 23. Page 23. Item listed 31. Motion by the Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, may I move that notwithstanding the provision in Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the second reading of the Tribunals Bill 2026 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Who is seconding it? Yes. Okay.
I'm not standing to second. I'm just trying to find out what the agency is. If the Attorney General can tell us why the rush. Because the moment people hear tribunal, a host of things come to mind. My respected Attorney General, my former lecturer, we just want to find out what's the agency in trying to have this motion moved today.
So Honorable Minister, this is the second reading. The reason and the memorandum will be attached to it. So you let's second the motion first, leader. Let's second the motion first. Yes, Honorable Nanja. Okay, Honorable Anyimedu.
Mr. Speaker, the leader asked if there was any agency because the minister is asking that the time be abridged for him to move the motion. So I think what he is asking is apt. Why are we, what is the agency about the motion on public tribunals? We need to know. Why are we saying that we have to go past the rules and make sure that we go fast and do this? What is the agency?
Yes, leader.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, we need to establish the reason why we are asking for abridgment of time. It could also be that it is not coming from the minister. It is coming from the business committee. Ordinarily, we could have waited till tomorrow. But you know that Friday has been declared as a day when we will not be sitting. And tomorrow is Thursday. So we thought that as part of our plan as a business committee, we agreed that we want to pass these two bills this week, because the week after we will be going into mid-year budget review, and thereafter we'll be debating the mid-year, and we might end up not having space to pass the various bills before us. So business committee is proposing that we have about 5 bills before us, and so we must clear at least 2 bills this week. Next week we must clear at least 2 bills, and then the last week after mid-year review, we'll be left with just 1 bill. And in fact, we have even more than 5, because we also have the Constitution Amendment Bill, which is a private members bill. Then we also have the interstate succession, which is also a very important social transformation legislation. So we want to push the bills as fast as possible. So if you will bear with us, let's do that.
Very well. So, yes, Chairman of the...
Speaker, on that note, may I humbly second the motion? And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, may I just present the report of the committee?
No, this procedural motion. This procedural motion, so just second it and...
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, this is procedural, so I'll put the question, and the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 31 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
We will now take 32.
Now 32. Yes, Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Tribunals Bill 2026 be now read a second time.
Very well. So, will you give us the memorandum and the reason behind before the chairman present the committee's report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was some debate here yesterday about whether or not this is the settled practice of Parliament and that we can proceed as ministers to give the underlying rationale and the mischief that is sought to be cured by a bill before the report of the committee is taken. So I was minded to take a cue from what happened yesterday, but if you give me the permission, I will proceed to give the basis for bringing, the legal and constitutional basis for bringing this bill to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the bill has 2 central purposes. One is to establish the jurisdiction, composition, and operation of the tribunals, what used to be known as the public tribunals in our history. The second is to create what we call the Tribunals Oversight Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure from the report of the committee, it will be made abundantly clear that the rationale for the Tribunals Oversight Committee is to ensure that the tribunals are monitored and evaluated and reports sent to the Judicial Council for purposes of ensuring that they operate in tandem with
this statute and Chapter 5 of the Constitution dealing with fundamental human rights. Mr. Speaker, tribunals have a history in our country, and I believe that the political history of this country cannot be written without mentioning the role that the public tribunals played in the past. The public tribunals were first established by PNDC Law 24, which is a 1982 law. It was amended by PNDC Law 78, and that created the regional tribunals, the district tribunals, and the community tribunals. Mr. Speaker, the basic distinction between the tribunals and the traditional courts was that the tribunals allowed for the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. And I believe that when we came into constitutional rule, the drafters of the Constitution saw it fit to provide in the Constitution that justice emanates from the people and must be administered in their name by the judiciary. In doing so, the drafters of the Constitution integrated the public tribunal system by incorporating in the structure of the judiciary the regional tribunal. So, Mr. Speaker, textually, there is a basis in the Constitution for the regional tribunal. So, Mr. Speaker, looking at the Constitution, Article 142 of the Constitution establishes the regional tribunals, and they are granted jurisdiction that is equivalent to the criminal jurisdiction of the High Court. And then also, if you go to Article 126 of the Constitution, it says that Parliament has the power to create such lower courts and tribunals as it shall please. And so, Mr. Speaker, there's a textual basis for the establishment of the tribunals to supplement the work of the current judiciary. Mr. Speaker, as I hinted earlier, the idea of bringing back the tribunals is first of all to allow for the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. Currently, but for the existence of the jury system, ordinary citizens do not participate in the administration of justice. What we are proposing to do is to allow for a panel system chaired by a chairman of the tribunal that will be a lawyer, equivalent to someone who could be appointed to become to be a justice of the High Court for the regional tribunals, and then also lawyers that qualify to be appointed to head, or to be justices of the circuit court, to be the chairpersons of the district tribunals. And then we will have panel members, as it used to be in the past under the PNDC Law 78, so that they will be the representatives of the people participating in the administration of justice. So, Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying that there is a certain concern that has been expressed, and I saw this very clearly when I was interacting with the committee on why this a bill should be brought to the floor of Parliament, and why the tribunal system should be reintegrated into the judicial system. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people express the concern that the excesses of the past that were associated with the tribunals will be brought back into play. In fact, one contribution that was made on the committee, which stood out for me, and Mr. Speaker, you were there that day when we were debating the issues on the committee. One issue that came up was that the tribunals were very arbitrary and capricious in the manner in which they administer justice. And in fact, the example that was given was that there was a panel member of the public tribunals that was a blind man, that is disabled, visually impaired person, anyway. So, as a panel member, this visually impaired person used to physically examine accused persons that were brought before the tribunal, and that he will put his hand on the stomach of the person, examine them, and if the person had a pot belly, he would come to the conclusion that the person had embezzled public funds. Oh. and that this is how justice was administered by the public tribunals.
From the mind.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to say that this bill seeks to make that a thing of the past. This bill requires that the tribunals, when established, will comply with Chapter 5 of the Constitution. We have institutional safeguards, procedural safeguards built into the bill so that when enacted into law, the example that I have given about measuring a person's criminal conduct by the size of the stomach will not happen again. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that we want to establish an oversight committee that will evaluate and ensure that evaluate the work of the tribunals and ensure that any excesses are reported to the Judicial Council for purposes of taking action. And then also we will have, a decentralized system for monitoring their activities so that the excesses of the past that people like my very good friend, the Honorable Abina Osei, fear about will not take place any longer. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I will urge that the motion for the second reading of the Tribunals Bill 2026 be now read. I thank you.
Honorable Minister for Justice, why did you even mention my sister's name? Yes, Abna, let's hear. Abna, okay, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, my name is not Abna Osei. My name is Abna Osei Asar. It's hyphenated. And then two, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, I engaged him. I expressed certain, disagreements with what he had brought to us because I told him that with the mention of tribunal, what comes to mind is the PNDC era and the atrocities that were committed. And so it is not that I fear this, but then the sentiments that comes with the tribunal is what I talked about. So respectfully, I would want my Honorable Attorney General to withdraw that statement that it is this thing that Honorable Abna Osei fears. Respectfully.
Honorable.
And Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I oppose this. Yes,
Honorable member for Etiwa East, you'll be debating it. So I'll give you the floor Ranking, can I give the chance to the chairman to actually come out with this committee's report, then afterwards we open the floor for debate. Honorable members, I will cede the chair to the Right Honorable Speaker to come and chair over this particular session. But before then, the chairman, you may take us through the committee's report. This is another school. We've already, the former schools have on this last school that is there.
Honorable members, the second deputy speaker just gave me a brief on the state of the business of the House. Let me just say this before I proceed. There's great wisdom in the statement that more haste, less speed. Go and reflect over it. More haste, less speed. So, Mr. Chairman, you've been called upon to present your report. You may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful. And taking it from the quotation you just gave us, more haste, less speed. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. We will reflect over it as the days go by. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to present the committee's report, having heard from the Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the Tribunals Bill 2026 was presented by the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament for Elembele, the Honorable Amar Kofi Bua, on behalf of the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, and Member of Parliament for Bolgatanga East, the Honorable Dominic Akrutinga Yini, in accordance with Article 106(1) of the 1992 Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament. The Right Honorable Speaker subsequently referred the bill to the Joint Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs and Judiciary for consideration and report in accordance with Article 106(4) of the Constitution and Orders 165, 238, and 256 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. The Joint Committee met with the Attorney General and Minister of Justice and the technical team from the Office of the Attorney General to consider the bill. The committee expresses its profound gratitude to the Minister for attending upon the committee's work and providing useful insights. Now, Speaker, may I just go to the concluding part of the report, and I urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as if it was read in extenso. After careful consideration, the committee is of the view that the bill will provide enormous benefits as espoused by the Honorable Minister for Justice to the system by promoting access to justice and reducing the backlog of cases in the traditional courts. The committee therefore unanimously recommends that the Honorable House adopts this report and passes the Tribunals Bill 2026 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Orders of Parliament. I so present, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, before I allow you to proceed to debate the policies and principles of the bill, permit me to acknowledge the presence of the students from Police Model School. They are led here by the headmistress in the person of Florence Boama. The school is located at the Dome Kwabenya constituency. There are 59 in number. Dome Kwabenya MP, is he around? She's not in. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome them. And I'm told they took a lot of time to observe and listen to you do your usual business, the work of the people. That's what parliamentary business is about. So you are warmly welcome and you are encouraged to keep on coming. It's good to start learning at this age. Our intention is to make sure that by the time you are here, you perform better than we are doing. That is what this whole exercise is about. So you are encouraged to come. You can even come individually. You don't have to come in a group. But I want to thank the headmistress for taking the trouble to bring them to the house. Thanks so much for coming. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, the motion has been moved, and I'm informed by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, and seconded by the Chairman to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs. is now for the consideration of the House. Leadership, have you had any discussion as to the way forward? How many people from each side of the House? And in terms of timelines, or we just open it up? Five. 4 plus leaders, making it 5. And what about timelines? 5 minutes per member. 10 minutes. 10 minutes per member. And then leaders. 10, and then leaders to 10. Hey. Please, yes, let me hear you. Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip for the
Speaker,
minority.
What we can do is to, my colleagues are very ready to do at least 10 minutes. Leaders can do 12 minutes or 15 minutes each. 15, yes. I think my respected leader has agreed to 15 minutes for leaders and then 10 for colleagues. It's a very important bill, so thank you.
Yes, honorable members, I think it's a good proposal. 10 minutes per member, and I'll stick to the time, and then leaders 15 minutes each. This is a very important bill. So we'll start from the minority side. Yes, please. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the consideration of this report before the House. Mr. Speaker, quite rightly, both the Honorable Attorney General and the Honorable Chair of the Committee on Constitutional Affairs are right in terms of the constitutional mandate to create these regional tribunals. And also, Mr. Speaker, as the Constitution quite rightly is spelled out in Article 143 of our national Constitution, Parliament is mandated to set out the jurisdictions, the offenses against the state and the public interests as this House may deem fit. Mr. Speaker, that is correct. There's no two ways about that. And therefore, the Attorney General is very much on firm grounds to be sponsoring this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is also important that we point out that beyond the law, the concepts of regional tribunals are spelled out pursuant to Article 142 of our national Constitution, Mr. Speaker, has a history in our country. And Mr. Speaker, as you know better than I do, any constitutional expert, any expert on constitutionalism, when the person takes the constitution of a country, the person is capable of determining the history and aspirations of the country as captured within the four corners of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is not only a written document. The Constitution is almost like a living organism that has a history and that has aspirations. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, regional tribunals in our country have a history. And I want to submit, Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, that the history of regional tribunals is one that is not pleasant. Many Ghanaians have had very terrible experiences when it comes to regional tribunals of our country. These were tribunals where you could not even see the faces of judges. And these were tribunals which dispensed with justice in a manner which sought to dispense with justice, which in the end perpetuated enormous injustices to many, many Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, and I want Hansard to record that. That is a fact in the history of our country. In the era of the PNDC, regional tribunals sought to dispense with justice in a manner which resulted in a lot of injustices to many Ghanaians. That is important. I'm happy that the Attorney General himself, the Honorable Attorney General himself, is in this House and probably will be taking notes. If this bill were to pass into law, he will make sure that these excesses are not repeated. Mr. Speaker, the second point, the second policy consideration is what is indeed the rationale, the policy rationale for establishing regional tribunals in our country. The Constitution, pursuant to Chapter 11 of the National Constitution, where matters relating to the judiciary have been captured, Mr. Speaker, is made copious provisions for us, and in this fourth Republican dispensation, we have proceeded on the basis of the provisions of the National Constitution to have High Court, to have Circuit Court, to have Magistrate or District Court, to have Court of Appeal, to have Supreme Court, and it served this fourth Republic very well. So what is the sudden need to establish regional tribunals when we've never had same, Mr. Speaker, throughout the life of the Fourth Republic? Why must we operationalize? Why must we have a whole bill? Why must we have a whole bill, Mr. Speaker? The bill we are considering to deal with matters of regional tribunal in the Fourth Republic, Mr. Speaker, when in the life of the Fourth Republic, we have done well with the existing judicial structures, i.e., district magistrate courts, circuit courts, high court, court of appeal, the Supreme Court. What is the policy rationale of this sudden, almost quote-unquote, Mr. Speaker, desperate attempt to have regional tribunals? Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to Article 142(3), Clause 3 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. A regional tribunal shall be constituted by a panel consisting of the chairman and not less than 2 other panel members. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 indicates a person shall not be appointed to be a chairman of a regional tribunal unless he is qualified to be appointed a justice of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, what this means? What this means?
Please, hold on.
Oh,
I see the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Justice. I'm sure he's on a point of order. Yes, please.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a House of record, and I want to put it on record that what he has said about the operationalization of the regional tribunals is historically incorrect. When we did the transition, no, listen, this is a House of record. This is a House of record. Upon the, he made a statement, which is factually incorrect. He made a statement that is factually incorrect. Upon the coming into force of the Constitution,
you are not more intelligent than me. Please. There's good reason why I decided to come and preside over this bill. Be sure that justice will be done. Yes, please go on.
Mr. Speaker, as a matter of historical record, the honorable member for Damango made a statement to the effect that during the life of this Fourth Republic, the tribunal system has never been operationalized. That is not correct. When we made a transition to constitutional rule in 1993, on the 7th of January 1993, the tribunal system was operationalized and became an integral part of the judiciary. It was only when his party came to power in 2001 that they decided that the tribunal system should not operate as part of the judiciary of this country, and they made them defunct. So I need to put that record, I have to make that, straighten that record for the Hansard.
Well, that is on a point of information. That's point of information. But please, honorable members, don't have that state of mind that the word tribunal by implication means something bad or wrong. Don't have that. Honorable member, where did you study? Every lawyer knows that tribunals is part of the system of the justice system everywhere in the world. And that perception that you are holding and telling me that it can't leave your mind is a sickness. Yes. Please, you have tribunals even in the traditional system. No, I'm not debating. No, I'm guiding him. I'm guiding him because if, for example, in the chieftaincy, he's invited to appear before a tribunal, with that perception in his mind, he will start having the usual amicus publicus. You see, you start making judgments even before you go through the due process, because you are in the court of public opinion. And I don't want us to have that. Let's open it up. Yes, there were ills, there were problems, but it's a useful tool, and you all still today appear before international tribunals. So you can't just generalize that once you hear the word tribunals, it's something bad and it must be rejected. Even today, they say exist internationally. In international law, we have them. So please, I don't want you to have that state of mind. Let's open up our minds to discuss it. Whatever we see that was ill with the one that was operating during the PNDC era, we do away with it. That's why you are members of parliament. Please, let's be open-minded. That is the kind of fundamentalism that is creeping into our body politics, and then the parties cannot build compromises or consensus in many issues. And we are stuck here. We are not developing. If at the end of the day we come to a decision that what they are proposing is not correct, it's our duty. We make the law. We have to correct it. Please, you are at liberty to fire on. Please, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Honorable Attorney General for the information he's given. But the gravamen of the submission I'm seeking to make is that, Mr. Speaker, and I began with that, which is that the Constitution itself provides for regional tribunals. And the Attorney General is before the House with a bill to operationalize, if you want, to flesh out what the Constitution itself provides for. And the point I'm making is that in the course of the Fourth Republic, the concept of regional tribunals, Mr. Speaker, have not been part and parcel, essentially, and fundamentally, of the judicial system of our country. Mr. Speaker, here in Ghana, what we are known for and what the Ghanaian people are used to is a magistrate stroke district court, circuit court, high court, court of appeal, Supreme Court. The Attorney General and the government is before this House, asking this House to pass a bill for the establishment of regional tribunals with a chairman who should have the qualification or to be a high court judge and 2 lay people. That is what the Attorney General is asking us to do. And the question I asked, and I want to reiterate the point I've made, that I thank the Attorney General for the information he's given, or if you want, the correction he's given, that under the first 2 terms of the Fourth Republic, under President Rawlings, we had regional tribunals. How functional they were, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. But the point I make is that this is really the first time. I mean, I don't want to be drawn into semantics, but we want to really operationalize this whole bill, which is why Mr. Speaker, we have 56 clauses of this bill, and this bill is going to throw in a regional tribunal full scale. And the question I ask, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, why do we need regional tribunals when we have a circuit district court, a circuit magistrate court, we have a district magistrate court, a circuit court, a high court, a court of appeal, a Supreme Court? Why must we have regional tribunals in addition to that? So, Speaker, if you read the report says they want to clear some 3,360 backlog cases. Why can we not strengthen the existing high courts, retool them, get more judges, get them more logistics, put in place equipment, computers to get fast-track systems into the high court, get them more clerks, get them more judicial officers, strengthen the high court, so that the high court, as we know in Ghana, and as we've known in the course of this Fourth Republic, and as we've known in the First Republic, we've known in the Second Republic, we've known in the Third Republic, only when we had a military administration did we have regional tribunals. The high court that we've known in the history of our country since 1957, as we know, in all the jurisdictions, the famous jurisdictions, legal jurisdictions in the world, the United Kingdom, where we derived our law from, common law, the High Court, where we know what we know from there, why can we not strengthen the High Court in Ghana to clear this 3,360 backlog of cases?
Please, we raised this issue, and your leaders, together with you, agreed that each member be given 10 minutes. You were interrupted. Actually, I didn't take note of the period that was utilized by the others. So what has happened is that it's been locked into the system. I'm not controlling it now. So anytime it's 10 minutes, you are automatically silenced. So please, the table office kindly give him 2 minutes to wind up.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by just emphasizing the point. Which is the point? Why additional courts? Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, why do we like to create new institutions every now and again? We have high courts. Why have regional tribunals? If you want to have more courts, you want to have more judges, you want to have more judicial staff, just follow up with what President Akufo-Addo did when he built almost 100 courts complex in our country. Build more court complexes, recruit more judges, recruit more judicial staffs. And if you want a jury system, let's have a jury system. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe this is job for the boys. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe this is job for the boys. It shouldn't be. And Mr. Speaker, the point, I don't want to believe that we want to recruit some lawyers from certain courtesies and make them chairpersons of regional tribunals, and get 2 people to become members of regional tribunals and get jobs and have some with Mr. Speaker, with respect, some kangaroo system where opponents of the administration will be run through a certain judicial system and jailed. We don't want that. Let's have the existing court system. Let's have the district magistrate court, the circuit court, the high court, the court of appeal, the Supreme Court. That is the judicial system in all civilized, developed countries in the world. We do not want regional tribunals. They bring about bad memories, scary memories, and bad dreams and intimidation in our country. Let's reject it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the adoption of the motion. And Mr. Speaker, may I humbly say that from the definition of a tribunal is a specialized adjudicatory body, often a board of committee officially authorized to resolve specific types of disputes. Mr. Speaker, listening to my brother who was speaking, his submissions were shrouded in political debates. Believe...
Honorable member, the definition you just read, is it in
yes,
the
Mr. Speaker, from Google. From Google, a tribunal.
From Google, okay.
Yes, from tribunal. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, it is very clear that the honorable member has not read the bill. He hasn't abreast himself with the nitty-gritties in the bill. That's his argument. Mr. Speaker, it is, as was said earlier, it is a constitutional provision which is being carried out. And as has been said, in fact, I must put on record, and all of us know, that this tribunal is not going to deal with civil matters. It's going to help in adjudication in criminal matters. My brother was mentioning district court, circuit court, high court, etc., and the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. The Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, except the Supreme Court sometimes having original jurisdiction in constitutional matters, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court do not have original jurisdictions. And the courts, as have been mentioned, the district court, the circuit court, and the high court, they have their criminal aspect, which is this tribunal going to complement, going to help. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill as has been presented, it has specific matters which the tribunals, both the district and the regional tribunals, are going to deal with. He mentioned the fact that the tribunals have been in the minds of persons. It was in the minds of persons during a particular time. We are now in a constitutional era. And looking at the bill, as was stated by the Venerable Attorney General, all mechanisms which are in the Constitution to protect rights of persons, all mechanisms to ensure that people who appear before these courts and the tribunals are given fair trial, are passed through procedures, rightful legal procedures, are all in the bill. So it is something that we should embrace to help in expeditious trial of criminal matters. Mr. Speaker, if somebody is charged with a criminal offense, sometimes it takes years for that person or that matter to be dealt with. sometimes 2 years, sometimes 3 years. And if somebody has a criminal charge around that person's neck, it becomes an albatross which doesn't make the person think right, because that person would have to always respond to the calls from the courts. So with this, if you are able to have these tribunals that help in the districts and in the regions, it will help expedite trials. It will help that for people to be tried, whether the person is guilty or not guilty, that person is going to have a expeditious trial to be able to have his fate determined. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we accept this and pass this bill, it will help all of us. It will help in the criminal jurisprudence. It will help in criminal justice delivery for the betterment of all of us. So I humbly pray and add my voice to the call for all of us to accept this and to make it go through for the betterment of all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Please, minority from bench, I don't have your list yet. The list of those who want to contribute. Yes, please.
I'm grateful, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this important report as presented to us by the Joint Committee on Constitutional and Legal and the Judiciary with regards to the Tribunal Bills 2026. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, the conversation around the establishment of a tribunal operationalization wouldn't have been much a cause because it is constitutionally provided. As rightly indicated in Article 142, in fact, when you start from Article 126, the Constitution provides that the judiciary shall consist of the superior courts of judicature, that is the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, and regional tribunals, and such lower courts or tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. So the framers of the Constitution created that opportunity for a tribunal to be created. If you go to Article 146, the Constitution provides for the creation of the regional tribunals. And the Constitution clearly indicates the modalities in which the regional tribunals are supposed to operate. I've read the report from the committee, and I'm not that convinced as to the rationale behind currently bringing this bill for operationalization. I believe that a more compelling argument in terms of why we think there's a need to bring about the regional tribunal and the district tribunals will suffice. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? If you take the report, if you get to page 5 of the report, which is the rationale for the bill, it says that the Attorney General, second paragraph, 5.1, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice explained that the establishment of the tribunal has become necessary in order to address the backlog of cases in the traditional court and to promote access to justice. He further indicated that the backlog of cases in the traditional courts continue to increase by approximately 3,360 cases annually. So if one of the main reasons for bringing about the tribunals is to deal with backlog, then you ask yourself, with the current establishment of the traditional court, what is the cause of the delays or the backlogs being created? Is it a matter of not having enough justices? Is it a matter of us not having sufficient courts? Is it a matter of the digitalization of the court process that is not effective? So we should be able to address the entirety of the challenges that the traditional court faces, based upon which then you think there is a reasonable cause for us to establish a tribunal. So for me, the first rationale by the Attorney General in terms of clearing the backlog doesn't suffice because there's no much basis in explaining why there is a backlog why the traditional courts do not have the capacity to deal with the criminal cases as enshrined, for which reason he's bringing this bill. Mr. Speaker, the second reason why I have a challenge with the Attorney General bringing this issue up is even about the qualification of the empanelment. Mr. Speaker, I take you to page 8, 5.4, minimum qualification of members. The report indicates that some members were of the view that the bill should prescribe minimum qualifications to ensure the panel members possess, at the very least, basic literacy skills to understand the records of proceedings, documentary evidence, and other communication necessary for effective discharge of their functions. Other members, however, were of the opinion that the panel system was intended to encourage broad public participation, regardless of educational background. They argued that prescribing minimum qualification in the bill could unnecessarily disqualify or discourage otherwise capable and committed individuals. They further noted that the bill empowers the Chief Justice, who is best placed to determine suitability of prospective panel. Accordingly, they considered it unnecessary to prescribe minimum qualifications in the bill. How on earth will you come to this House establishing a tribunal that is supposed to determine matters, and you say that there's no prescription for minimum qualification for members? I find that very untenable, because if you take the judicial system, the structure as espoused in the creation of courts, there's always a minimum qualification for someone to sit, even at the district court. The regional tribunal is of the equivalence of a high court. You are creating a district tribunal that may be of equivalence to district tribunal. The district court is headed by a lawyer of a minimum qualification. And then you are telling us that you want to create a tribunal both at the regional level and at the district level. You are empowering the Chief Justice to put people on there without minimum qualification. That for me is problematic. So what do we, and this is about criminal justice. The criminal threshold is for people to be made. People are supposed to be charged on beyond reasonable grounds. And so when you don't have that minimum qualification, on what basis are we creating this? Mr. Speaker, to continue with my objection to what is before us, unless they take it back, it's about the expeditious trial. One of the rationales that the Attorney General brought to the fore in this report, and that takes you to day-to-day 5.5, that day-to-day hearing of related cases, minor related cases by the tribunal. The AG is submitting to us that the tribunal, one of the focal areas the tribunal is supposed to make determination is to the area of Galamsey fight. And I'm asking the Attorney General, when it came to issues of the fight against Galamsey, we purged it at the High Court for the courts to make determination. Now, if you are bringing in a tribunal and say that there will be expeditious trial day to day, what stops the traditional court from sitting day by day? Because it is a matter of case management. So if you have a matter that you want expeditious trial, it is for the Chief Justice to make that determination and ensure that the court fast-track the processes and we create the enabling environment for the cases to be tried expeditiously. So in all intents and purposes, I have a big issue. I'm not against the establishment of a tribunal, because that is already provided in our Constitution. But what is presented before us in terms of this report, I find it insufficient, I find it inadequate, I find it unconvincing, and I want the entire House, both sides of the aisle. I always say that when we bring legislation to this House, it is not majority against minority. It is about the practices that will best serve the interests of this country. And if we look at some of these matters, we should look at it from bipartisan angles. And I'm of the view that if members are to thoroughly look at the provisions or the reports before us, a lot more work has to be looked in The Attorney General has to go back and properly consider some of the provisions that are here so that we can all in unison look at it. Now, the issue about stigmatization, which has been in this country a matter of concern, even before bringing about this bill, there should have been sensitization in the public domain. The Attorney General and the government should have sensitized the people of this country that this is our intention. These are the issues that we face in the court. It is for the well-being of the Ghanaian people. The issues of the past would have to be taken out because it is not for nothing that Ghanaians are worried. I am a lawyer. The AG is a lawyer. We all know the role of tribunals across, and the Speaker mentioned it. So the mention of the tribunal, we understand. But my old lady in the village, people who have suffered adversely in the area of the tribunal system ought to be educated so that that stigmatization will end at some point. And I have never seen any advertisement or any promotion or education that seeks to speak to these issues coming up. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to humbly submit that we refer this matter back to the AG. He should take it back, look at it in entirety, and when some of these concerns are addressed, I'm sure we will come together as a house to look at the best interest of the bill in the interest of this country. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of the learned Attorney General, Dr. Ayeni, on the adoption of the report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Judiciary on the Tribunals Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, and in doing so, to draw attention just to three fundamental matters. Is the Attorney General upholding a constitutional imperative in the pursuit of this bill? He is, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, may I reference Article 142 and then probably attempt to respond to the Honorable Buama. Mr. Speaker, Article 142 provides, and I quote, 1. There shall be established in each region of Ghana, each regional tribunal as the Chief Justice may determine. Constitutional. So the Attorney General is only enforcing a constitutional imperative. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me refer you to paragraph 5.1, page 5 of the committee's report, and probably just conclude on that note, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is reported to have indicated the backlog of cases of traditional court continuing to increase at approximately 3,360 cases. What this House must bother about this is, will this contribute to the administration of justice? That is what we should be concerned about. Will the establishment of the regional tribunal enhance access to and the delivery of justice in Ghana? It will. Then, Mr. Speaker, to assure our colleagues opposite that we have long left the dark days behind us. We have long left the dark days behind us, and the administration where there were excesses. So be assured that not under President Mahama and not under Minister Ayeni will you witness any excesses in disrespect to fundamental freedoms and rights. When that happens, this House will stand up and rise up to ensure that our democracy is never ever compromised, because those remains the fundamental blocks of our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our colleagues that those dark days are over. And then finally, there will be no excesses. This Attorney General will not proceed on any trial without any regard to Article 19 of the Constitution. So you don't drive those rights from a minister. He would proceed, guided by the Constitution. And then, Mr. Speaker, to assure our colleagues, let's not take for granted Ghana's progress, Mr. Speaker, including Speaker's contribution. We now have a democracy, and we have a country where the rule of law is manifest in all its facets. The rule of law in Ghana, whether equality of the law, natural justice, is manifested. So be assured that the Attorney General and government is only seeking to enhance the delivery of justice. Then, Mr. Speaker, I'm minded by your quote long ago. I'm sure around 2015 was when you used the quote here. Ghana's judicial system, slow and tortuous, was attributed to Speaker Bagbin those days when he was in his role here. How do we improve the long, slow, tortuous delivery of justice in Ghana? And then finally, we must have a judiciary that is fearless and independent. If that is what you are advocating, we would support you. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the U.S. Supreme Court recently in the citizenship debate tell President Trump that no, your attempt to review an 1868 legislation which gives citizenship rights, the court will not stand with you. What we need is a strong, independent, and fearless judiciary that must deliver timely justice. In Ghana, the problem is they say justice delayed is justice what? Denied. There are cases in the court that have run 20, 30 years. Why? Mr. Speaker, with this, I support a motion.
Yes, I heard you correct somebody about your name. But there's one name you didn't add.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear the last thing you said. You said you heard me correct my name.
Yes.
Yes.
But I said there's one you didn't add to the name.
Oh, which one?
But you go on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying sorry. It's the name. Mrs. Is that it?
Oh, I see.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the submission of my good friend and the Attorney General. And I also heard your submission that we should be open-minded. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report on page 6, paragraph 5.2, with your permission, I read, it says, the committee observed that the history of tribunals in Ghana remains a sensitive subject for many citizens. It evokes painful memories of fear, intimidation, and human rights abuses associated with the operation of tribunals during previous political regimes. So it is not just us, but a majority of the citizens. And like my colleague said, I think we should go out there, the AG and team should go out there and engage as much as possible to help reduce or take away this painful memories or this sensitive situation that citizens think the coming of these tribunals will create. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I believe that Ghana has spent 3 decades strengthening our court systems. And as a result of that, there's been specialization in the area of the criminal courts, the commercial courts, the land courts, and the human rights courts, as well as even Parliament establishing the alternative dispute resolution mechanism. That is really helping. And so I think that with the creation of a tribunal of this nature, it will be more of duplication rather than improving institutions that we already have. And so we should look at it again. And then, Mr. Speaker, introducing lay persons as voting members of the tribunal is also a concern to me. Because the minister said that this will be in the area of crime. And with these things, Mr. Speaker, you will need consistency, you need predictability and legal certainty. So that if you introduce lay people into such situations, you ask yourself, will they be looking at the facts, or they'll be looking at their concerns in society, how people view them in society, and what they think is the law, or what they think is the remedy for a crime committed, and not the facts that they are faced with. So, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a concern to me and many other people. And, Mr. Speaker, I also feel that in the bill, I saw somewhere that they said that the participation of persons selected will be based principally on high moral character and proven integrity. But, Mr. Speaker, who determines that? Who determines someone of high moral character and proven integrity? And how is it defined? How is it going to be defined, Mr. Speaker? And so what I will say is that no matter how desirable this characteristic is, that is not going to help solve matters of criminal nature. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we want people of high moral standing, I think for the courts have managed to take look at the facts and in terms of criminal issues rather than sentiments. And by introducing lay people into these things, we risk going back to situations where we found ourselves previously with these tribunals. So, Mr. Speaker, we would want one, per your advice, that more haste, less speed. The Honorable Attorney General should go back, look at the bill again, address the concerns that we are raising here, and if possible, strengthen the already existing courts so that, one, we do not promote duplication, and then two, we look at the facts and determine things based on legal certainty, predictability, and not sentiments per se, because I have a strong feeling that per what I learned and read about with the previous tribunal, it was more on sentiments and feelings rather than real facts that they are faced with. And so we want to avoid these things. And I believe we have come a long way as Ghanaians as we practice our democracy. And I believe that if we do not take care in managing this situation, it can have a negative impact on our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'm not a lawyer, but with these few words, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm happy you are now studying law. And so you will soon be a lawyer. Yes. Any other person? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to comment on the report presented by the Joint Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs and the Judicial Committee. Mr. Speaker, the first fundamental question that we need to ask is, what is the object of this bill? And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, it is to provide for the establishment, jurisdiction, composition, and operation of the regional and district tribunals. And Mr. Speaker, again, the question to ask is, what is the rationale behind this bill? Mr. Speaker, we have a court situation where our court system has huge backlogs when it comes to cases. And it is believed that this is one of the ways that we can go to ensure that we are able to reduce the backlogs that is associated with our court system. Mr. Speaker, it's important to emphasize that this bill is anchored on the provisions of the Constitution, particularly Article 142 and 143 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, 142 creates the tribunals. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed that a lot of the comments have made reference to Article 142, but I think that Article 143 is equally very, very important in this matter. And Mr. Speaker, subject to your permission, if I can read Article 143 of the 1992 Constitution. It says that, Article 143(1), a regional tribunal shall have jurisdiction to try such offenses against the state and the public interest as Parliament may by law prescribe. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing two things here. One has to do with the fact that the tribunals are going to be specialized courts that will be limited to offenses against the state and public interest. So it's a specialized court. Mr. Speaker, again, the provision also mandates Parliament as the lawmaker to make sure that we prescribe the law that will operationalize the tribunal. So we have a constitutional mandate to ensure that we pass this bill. Mr. Speaker, our legal system has suffered this lacuna for a long time. For so many years, this situation has persisted. And for me, it is refreshing that this bill has come to fill that gap, to fill that lacuna that has been created in the law for all these years. Mr. Speaker, this tribunal is going to be restricted or limited to criminal cases. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that our courts are overloaded. If you go to a lot of the courts, the circuit courts, the high courts, the cases in those courts are so huge that a lot of the judges struggle to be able to deal with the cases because of the overload. And Mr. Speaker, the strategy is to get these tribunals to come in, to offload, to take off these criminal cases, so that the regular courts, the traditional courts, will concentrate more on the civil cases and make sure that we try them expeditiously. And my Lord, I believe that this is the way to go to cut down on prolonged adjudication and delays that come with our courts. Mr. Speaker, again, for me, it is important that this bill is also targeting offenses that are related to mining. Mr. Speaker, we know the galamsey menace that we suffer in this country, the challenges we have had in cracking down on these galamsey activities. And for me, it is good that this bill is also targeting, mining offenses or mining-related offenses to the extent that provision has been made to ensure that there could be day-by-day hearing to expedite such matters. And I think this will also go a long way to help crack down on the galamsey menace that we have in the country. Mr. Speaker, the issue of stigmatization has been raised over and over again. I think that just as the Attorney General said, adequate measures has been put in place. Mr. Speaker, we had an experience where previously in our history, some courts were referred to as kangaroo courts. And I believe these are the concerns that has come up. But if you look at the report, particularly at page 6, the last paragraph, adequate measures have been put in place to ensure that these perceptions are not materialized. Mr. Speaker, subject to your permission, if I may read the last paragraph of page 6. To address these perceptions, the bill adopts a fundamentally different approach by firmly situating the tribunals within the constitutional framework and ensuring respect for the rule of law. The bill provides guiding principles for the operation of tribunals, including fairness, transparency, expedition, and efficiency. In addition, the tribunals will be subject to the supervisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and the High Court. Persons aggrieved by the decisions of the tribunals will have a right of appeal. Furthermore, the bill establishes a tribunal oversight committee as a committee of the Judicial Council to issue guidelines for the administration and operation of the tribunal. So, Mr. Speaker, there are adequate measures that have been put in place to address these concerns. And, Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, I pray the House to adopt the report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. From the list I have, Honorable Lady, I don't see your name. His name is there. Yes, please, you can go on.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to say that having read the report on constitutional and legal and judiciary on this tribunals bill, Mr. Speaker, what comes out clearly is that the bill is seeking to clear the backlog of criminal cases. That is all we are being told. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, it says nothing more than to clear a backlog of cases. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask that is this the only way we can clear the backlog of cases? We are told. Well, then that's rather unfortunate to think that.
Honorable members, please
in this day
listen
and age,
to the submissions.
To think that in this day and age,
he's making sense. Listen to him. If there's a need for us to improve on the bill, we'll do so. Earlier on, he was whispering into my ears, and the position he took was what made me to react to what he did. Now he's gotten the opportunity to speak to the public and is putting across, sensible matters. Let's listen to him. Don't let it look like this is fait accompli. No. We can decide to amend from the first word to the last word of this bill, completely change everything to suit the national interest. So please don't prejudge, don't be that judgmental at the very beginning. As I stated earlier on, have open minds. It's a very critical bill. If it is meant for some type of offenses or disputes, let's be clear and let's come out with that. And that should be the reason or rationale behind it, specifically to handle this national crisis. But if you are also trying to let it be like the general courts, then the issues they are raising are relevant. Let's listen to each other, please. I'll add you your minutes.
Speaker, I thank you very much for protecting me. Speaker, we are told that, for instance, there are about 3,336 cases that are added to the court file every year, and for which reason we need to set up this tribunal. We are told that in order to clear this backlog, the court will have to sit day by day. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 9 of the report, they talk about day-by-day hearing. And in this particular page on clause 5.5, they talk about galamsey cases. And so I'm asking myself, this is a government that says that it's operating a 24-hour economy government. We have a court which says that it doesn't only sit during the days, and that we have evening courts in this country right now. We are told that some courts sit in the evening. And so really and truly, if the intention of this government, if the intention of this bill is to clear backlog of cases, why are we not using the evening courts? Why are we setting up a new tribunal? If the intention really is to clear these 3,000 cases, do we really need to set up this tribunal? What if these 3,000 cases are cleared? What happens to this tribunal? Is the intention really to ensure that our courts are emptied? Is that really the case? If it were the case, I believe that, Mr. Speaker, we can have other means of expedite trial in our courts. We can use the technology we are talking about. AI is here. Have we tried to use AI to fast-track cases in our court? Why is it that for us, the only thing we think about is only brick and mortar? Why? Why is it that for us, the only thing we think about is to add in more debt to the government already burdened budget? Why? Mr. Speaker, I believe that even though it's not clear on the face of this document, it seems to me that there is more to this bill than to meet the eyeball. Mr. Speaker, when the Attorney General appeared before the committee inquired about the independence of the tribunal. The Attorney General said, and according to the report, Mr. Speaker, with respect, if I may read, the Attorney General agreed with the committee and stated that the government remains committed to safeguarding the independence of the judiciary. How do you guarantee this under this tribunal system? The bill, if you look at clause 11, it talks about the appointment of the chairman and the district, the chairman of the regional tribunal and the chairman of the district tribunal, all being appointed by the president. Look, Mr. Attorney General, for us, we are ready to help you fashion a bill or a law that the people of Ghana will accept. If we really want to show us some independence, then I would suggest that just like we have in clause 11.3, let the chairpersons be appointed by the judicial service. Just like the members have been appointed, you need to take the president out of this. The people who are saying that there are fears, the people who have expressed these fears, they are saying that for genuine reasons. The NDC government was born out of the PNDC government. We know. The NDC was born out of the PNDC government. It's the PNDC government that had a tribunal. And it is the And it is the PNDC government that use the tribunal system to house people in this country. And so we have every right to question the motive of this tribunal. We have every right. And we believe that if your intentions are clear, then you better do something about it. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill as it stands now doesn't allay the fears of many Ghanaians who feel that it is out there to help us in speedy trial of cases. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we're really interested, let's ask ourselves, is setting up the tribunal the only answer to clearing the backlog of cases in this country? Why haven't we used the AI? Why haven't we used technology? In any case, we have a functioning system from the Supreme Court to the district courts. If your interest is to relieve the cause of these backlogs, why have you not appointed many judges? Why have you not created more courts? These days, at the law schools, we produce thousands of lawyers a year. Why are you not training them to go and sit in these courts? Why are you not appointing them to the district and the circuit court? And now all you are doing is to bring us to the old dark days of the PNDC government. The people of Ghana will reject that. Mr. Speaker, well, I didn't hear that. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that the Attorney General from this report hasn't convinced us that indeed the people of Ghana need this tribunal. Mr. Speaker, you and I had a tete-a-tete. You mentioned that tribunal is all over the world. Mr. Speaker, the kind of tribunals we have in Europe and in America is not the kind of tribunal we are talking about here. Because you don't know, listen. So let's say that we are talking about international tribunal. Because it's called international tribunal, I think it is the same. No. Because it is called tribunal doesn't mean that it has the same standards as international tribunals. Those are manned by judges. The international tribunals you are talking about, those are manned by judges. This one, you go and appoint somebody who is not even qualified to be a lawyer.
I give you the opportunity, put across your case. I believe that you've read the bill. And you've seen that in the bill, the chairman of the tribunal must be a lawyer. It's the other members, the panel members, which we're now looking at qualifications. And to start with, if it is the decision of the House that the tribunals be established in the nature of the tribunals that you think are the right tribunals, it's open to this Parliament to do so. And as I said, we should also be specific as to as he said, the object and then the relevance. Is it being established for all types of cases? He read the definition of a tribunal, and he read it as specialized bodies. They are specialized, which means they are meant for some specific areas, not for general application. If we are to look at that aspect, yes. They have mentioned that for criminal cases. If we have to look, we look at it as a house. Is it all criminal cases or some specific criminal cases? Can they also look at civil cases? It's open to us. The law is passed by Parliament, not by the executive. They only initiate it. You are now bound to take what the executive brings to us. We represent the people. We have to go back and discuss with the people and come back with that feedback with your intelligence and experience and expertise, improve upon it. So this is the basic draft that has been brought, and I'm sure the committee will propose a lot of amendments to it. So let's have that in mind. I'm saying these things because the public, they are listening to us. And here is not the court of public opinion. We are also not friends of the court. That's why initially I was using the term the amicus publicus and amicus curiae. We are not also here as friends of the court. Neither are we here as public opinion parliament. Please, I think you have a minute or two to wind up.
Speaker, I thank you. And I will wind up in a minute. But just to say, Mr. Speaker, that having read a report, Mr. Speaker, the basis for passing this bill, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that those of us on this side, we are satisfied, and especially when we look at the bill, all it's talking about is to clear backlog of cases. Mr. Speaker, we believe that we can strengthen the current structure. We believe that if the real intention is to ensure that criminal cases are done expeditiously, Mr. Speaker, we can increase the number of courts we have in the country. We can appoint more judges, and we can appoint people who handle these cases. In fact, like I said, Mr. Speaker, now there are hundreds and thousands of people who have come out of the law school looking for opportunities to work within the judicial system, and we can employ them to help. Mr. Speaker, we can also use technology to ensuring that cases are done expeditiously. Mr. Speaker, on that, I thank you for the opportunity and conclude by saying that those of us on this side are not convinced that this bill will do as we have been told. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, just permit me to suspend sittings for 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, kindly resume your seat. It's now the turn of a member from the majority side. I have the list here. I should just use the name. Yes, the honorable lady Zuera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity for me to contribute to the motion on the floor on the Tribunal Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, I can see that my friends on this side are enjoying a trip in memory lane, and I just want to bring them up to date that in this country, we have laws and we have the courts. The establishment of the regional tribunal is anchored in the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, Article 126. There is no debate about that. Now, so when they insist on taking us back to a certain regime where they claim there were tribunals, I will just refresh their memory a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and I will go straight to the Bible. Matthew 21:12. Mr. Speaker, in Matthew 21:12, we are told that Jesus Christ cleansed the temple. He made whip out of cord, and he chased out the livestock and the money changers. Mr. Speaker, I don't see in what way this biblical quotation stigmatizes the church. At a time when Jesus Christ had to chase them out, to sanitize the church, to sanctify the holy place, he did. Mr. Speaker, I take you again to the same Bible. And the Bible says times and seasons. It says this represents both the literal, agricultural, and calendar cycles and the metaphorical, divinely appointed periods in human history and individual lives. Mr. Speaker, he said these concepts reveal God as the sovereign orchestrator of time who has an appropriate purpose for every event under the heavens. Mr. Speaker, if you take the report, chapter 9 of the report, page 9 rather, says, the Attorney General, and I'm quoting in part, a Minister for Justice, explained that delays in the prosecution of illegal mining galamsey cases continue to undermine the effective administration of justice. To address this challenge, the bill provides that, where practicable, hearings in such cases should be conducted on a day-to-day basis. Mr. Speaker, galamsey, when our friends on the other side challenge us to fight galamsey, and we are putting in structures to fight galamsey, and they are resisting those structures, Mr. Speaker, we get confused. They create a sense of dissonance for everybody. If we must fight galamsey, we must fight it with all the force that we have. And Mr. Speaker, I have seen galamsey in operation. If you go to Takwa, the Bonsa River that supplies the people of the Takwa municipality with potable water has been reduced to clay. And as we stood there at the power treatment plant, we heard the Galamsey machines. And I asked, and they said, yes. When you were coming, they saw you, but they were told that you are MPs, so they continue. It's only when they hear that it's military or law enforcement that they leave the machines. Mr. Speaker, if we have to put in place the tribunals, in order that we can expedite these cases to reduce, to cure the menace of Galamsey, to secure our water bodies, I think this house, that speaks for the people of this country. 276 of us sit here representing 33 million people. And Galamsey is taking our lives. Galamsey is killing us. And yet, we sit here and procure some issues from 40, 50 years ago and say because of those issues, we shouldn't have the tribunals. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago in this country and at the Supreme Court, here in this chamber, we threw out the budget of the finance minister in 2022. The Supreme Court ruled on the matter of quorum and granted your deputies voting rights to vote on the matter. And that is how that budget was restored. I'm not sure all of us were happy with that Supreme Court decision. But we didn't go about bastardizing the Supreme Court. Not too long after that, Mr. Speaker, 4 members of parliament decided to resign from their party and contest elections as independent candidates. Mr. Speaker, you went by the provisions of the Constitution, the standing orders, and you declared their seats vacant. Our friends went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court overturned that decision. And they were happy. We did not bastardize the courts. We did not say that for that reason, the Supreme Court must not exist. Mr. Speaker, they talk about human rights abuses during the era of tribunals. There was no bigger human rights abuse in this country as happened in 2008 when Chachuchi Kata was arrested in Rambo style at church, put before the fast-track court, and imprisoned him. We still go to those courts. We haven't said that because of that the courts should not exist. So our friends should not please wear the clothes of goodness and try to sit on that side and undermine other state structures. The tribunal, the formation of the tribunal is by the judiciary, and it is anchored in Article 1263, and the Attorney General has not done anything outside the laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, we have the last person from the minority side, yes, before the leader. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me borrow your word that the words of wisdom you gave us. More haste, less speed. I want to draw my chairman's attention to something that is inserted in the report. I think that if you want it, you may want to correct it. But I don't remember the committee, page 8, the second paragraph. And if I may say, that says some members were of the view that the bill should prescribe minimum qualifications to ensure that panel members possess at least basic literacy skills to understand the record of proceedings, documentary evidence, and other communications necessary for the effective discharge of functions. I don't remember anybody suggesting this in the committee. What we rather said was that the district tribunals should be a minimum of diploma, and the regional tribunals a minimum degree holders should be there. So, but because we rushed through this report, where I couldn't, as the ranking member, I couldn't get a glimpse of this report to insert the necessary. And if you don't want to, next time make sure that these things are not done in haste. Now back to the report. First, Article 106 requires that any bill that comes before the House, we have to, there must be justification for the bill. And that's why the Attorney General, you give us a memo and you talk about the justification why we need this bill. I acknowledge the fact that we have Article 125, Article 126, Article 142, and Article 143 talk about the tribunals. But the fact that there is a constitutional recognition of the tribunal doesn't give rise to legislative revival of these tribunals. Mr. Speaker, in the report, the Attorney General, in a memo and the report, it talks about the fact that there is a stigma associated with tribunals. In the past, we have a history. It's good to use history, but so far as Ghanaians are concerned, I think this is not a good history that we need to go to. The law, the bill as we have it now, defines tribunal. So I will not go to whatever level, but the bill is defining the tribunal to be the regional tribunal and the district tribunal. This is what we are going to have. And we've witnessed this in the past. The regional tribunals and the district tribunals. The only thing I see here is that the district tribunals that was equivalent to the district courts had been elevated to circuit courts. That is the only difference. I heard the Minister of Education talk about the fact that we should be assured that we will not go back to the dark days. Yes, I agree with him, but if we have certain clauses in the bill, a clause, for instance, and we will debate it, I pray that the House, this is Parliament of Ghana, will come together, and if it is not, if this bill is not withdrawn, we go through it and amend the right ones so that it will not haunt us as Ghanaians. I have in mind Article 37(6), I have in mind Article 40, I have in mind Article 41. We are talking about day-to-day hearing of tribunals. We are talking about the fact that any person that is accused cannot amend whatever he puts before the court whilst we're going on. We are also saying that there can't be any interlocutory appeal. It is getting us closer to the old system. And as the Speaker said rightly, we have to make sure that we do the necessary amendments. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General talks about the fact that we want to make sure that the backlog of cases are cleared. We are talking about criminal cases. What about the civil cases before the circuit courts, before the high courts? What are we doing about it? Meanwhile, the specialized courts are created. Why do we have to link? If we want to, for instance, if we want to create a special court for mining, we don't have to say it is a tribunal. The system is there. The Chief Justice can create special courts as we have created in the past. We have courts for tax, we have courts for other things, customs and other things, so that we can get specialized people to man this. Mr. Speaker, another thing that people are speaking against, laws emanate from the people. We would have a panel of 3. The chair is a lawyer, and the 2 are ordinary people in the society. Now, the way they function by this bill is that any majority decision will go ahead. In the past, we had witnessed the fact that people, the 2 other panel members who are not lawyers, would go together and overturn the decision of the chairman, who is a legal person. We have also seen that a panel member may not even appreciate the reading or the charges unless somebody is an interpreter. Are we going to say that the interpreter will read and interpret to them before they can understand this? I would urge the Attorney General that there are different ways of going about this. You can come with a specialized court if your aim is to make sure that you want to fight the menace of Galamsey. The whole house will go together. Why is this house? My sadness is that there appears to be a decision, a split, that this side of the aisle, when Mr. Speaker, anybody that has spoken from this side of the aisle has spoken in favor of this bill, and everyone that has spoken from my side had also spoken against this bill. Is there no way that we can build consensus as a house? Is there no way that we can agree that this is what we have to do? Yes, our numbers may not carry the day, but we will continue to say the right thing. To say that in a memorandum that the Attorney General brings to the House, he himself acknowledges that there is stigma about tribunals. There is stigma. It is in the memo. And that in the report we write or say about how we can correct the stigma. And at 5.2, it says, addressing concerns about stigmatization. Mr. Speaker, I think that it brings bad memories. Those of us who are old enough, having seen, even when we had to do reconciliation committee and the hearing, a lot that came for us.
Honourable Member, you are timed out. It's not from me. Actually, we're giving the leadership 15 minutes. Leadership is 15 minutes. I'm speaking for and on behalf of the leaders. So he should be given 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I am urging that we should come together. It is not.
Please, give him 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
So what I'm praying for is that we must come together. I have already told the Attorney General, if it is possible, I would pray that we would do something about this, look at it again. You can come with, you can advise even the Chief Justice to come out with special calls if you want to fight the menace, and it is allowed. How can you say that there are a backlog of cases and you are doing that, you're going to do it for criminal cases and forget about civil cases? It is just not possible. Are you going to create another tribunal for civil cases also? Now we are talking about creating a, apart from this, we are jurisdiction of the criminal matters, and then we are going to create Judicial Tribunal Oversight Committee. We have the Judicial Committee. Why do we have to go through this? Now I want to remind you, Honorable Attorney General, that Section 100 of the PFMA, I don't think we have supplied us. You have to tell this country, Section 100 of the PFMA Act, what is the study that you have done? The fiscal, you have to submit the law, by law, what are the budget that would be associated with this? How many are we going to? And if you want, I may want to remind you on that. The normal course are working. And I don't think that, and there are opportunities to create courts. Why do we have to go by the tribunal system? And I've told you that the fact that the Constitution gives rise or recognizes it doesn't mean that we have to necessarily come out and create it. So I pray, if it is possible, withdraw this, do the right thing, and bring it back to the House. Mr. Speaker, people had I already spoke about the fact that 3 would be the panel members and 2, any 2 of them would carry the day. It means that the ordinary people can create it. We don't have to give work to the Chief Justice. This came up at the committee, and I think some members say that when we give the discretion to the Chief Justice, he'll be able to appoint the right people. We have to make the laws. And then I have practice. I came out, this is about my 31st year as a lawyer. I haven't seen any law that we have said that a court should be sitting day to day. This is administrative. The Chief Justice can give such administrative directives. But to make a law and say that the court must sit day by day, how do you know whether the judge would get ill or the lawyer would get ill? This is impracticable. So most of the things that we have put in there, we must make sure that it is not the right thing. I also think that we must give greater independence to the normal courts so that they will be stronger and then would protect others. I plead with the Attorney General, if it is possible, this would not help. There are special courts like the task courts. There are the special courts, we can create mining courts. There are courts like customs and other economic crime courts. Nothing prevents this nation from creating a court to look at mining. In somewhere it is said that once you are under this tribunal, you can't even do an interlocutory appeal. We can do an interlocutory appeal. And these are things that will bring us closer to the darker days. So please, I pray, and we have to come together as a house and see if this will help the nation, then we'll go ahead. If not, we must find a way of fine-tuning it. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members will now take the final contribution, and that is coming from the majority side. the leader of the majority in person is going to make the submissions. Yes, they finish their own. Yes, honorable members, I have some special guests to receive. We gave them 5, it's after 5. And I'm still here. So I recognize the fact that the name of the majority chief will have been submitted. But in view of the sensitivity of the matter, that's why I'm going straight to the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the issues before us are simple. First, and I believe that is not in dispute, it is not disputed that Article 142 of our Constitution says that there shall be regional tribunals. Shall. Indeed, one might even say that we have been breaching the Constitution by not having regional tribunals. Because it is so clear, it says that there shall be established. This is what it says. There shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. So it is not about the establishment, it is about how many. So the Chief Justice's discretion is in determining how many a region should have, not whether or not it should have a regional tribunal. So our failure over the decades.
No, Majority Leader, take on board the amendment to the Courts Act,
yes,
which was done by this House.
Yeah.
That is Act 459.
Yes.
Yes. Take on board that in your argument.
It mimics the provision.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Act Section 23.
It did not, in my opinion, amend the Constitution. It did not, in my opinion, amend the Constitution. But let me proceed. So,
I did not say it amended the Constitution.
yeah.
I say take that on board.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that reenacted the tribunals. So Section 23 of the Act makes provision for the establishment. The regional tribunal shall consist of the Chief Justice, one chairman, such members who may or may not be lawyers. Just a rendition of what is contained in the Constitution. That's the composition of.
You haven't gotten my point.
Yes.
You have the provision in the Constitution.
Yes.
And that provision has to be operationalized.
Yes.
With the passage of an Act of Parliament.
Yes.
That was done.
Yes.
Then later on, in the year, I think 2001,
yes,
another act was brought.
Yes.
Which decided to take out.
Yes.
So the portion in connection with regional tribunals and the district tribunal was taken out of the act that operationalized the article. And that's what I want you to take on board.
Mr. Speaker, I think it was mentioned. It was mentioned by the Attorney General. Yes. It was when the NPP came into office that they took steps to abolish the tribunal system. That was mentioned earlier on. But I'm saying that to the extent that we haven't amended Article 142, and based on the language of Article 142, we've actually been perpetuating an illegality not having the regional tribunals. The district tribunals may be a new creation, but that's also consistent with our commitment to decentralization. You can't just have the tribunals at the regional level. For greater access to justice, it will be very, very useful to have the tribunals replicated at the district level. So I also support the establishment of the tribunals at the district level. Now, when I listen to my colleagues opposite, they are fixated on tribunal. They are so fixated on the two other members of the panel. And I'm surprised that they are so silent on the fact that both the regional tribunal and the district tribunals have the same levels of qualification requirements for who is leading the court. So you cannot be the chairperson of a regional tribunal unless you are qualified to be a high court judge. So why are you worried about whether or not the right thing will be done? Because the same qualification that puts the person as a high court judge, that will also put the person as a tribunal chairperson. And now, why are we pretending that ordinary people, when they participate in the administration of justice, injustice will be perpetuated? In America, most of it is trial by jury. The ordinary people sit and hear the facts, and the judge guides them on the law. And finally, after listening to the facts, they will decide whether or not you are guilty, not the judge. The ordinary people. So we have trial by jury also here. Trial by jury is also here. So the ordinary people sit, they listen to the evidence, and then guided by the judge, they take a decision. And you are bound. So why are you today so worried that we are saying that two people should sit with the lawyer, the chairperson who knows the law, so that together they can take a decision on the fate of everybody? Indeed, if I'm given the option between...
Majority Leader, I'm drawing your attention to issues for you to address.
Yes.
The High Court judge in the regular courts, is he appointed by the President or the Chief Justice?
Mr. Speaker, he is appointed by the President on the advice of the Judicial Council. That's how it is done. And I have also looked at the regional tribunal chairperson, and the structure is the same. So both in terms of qualification and then appointment, this architecture is the same. So the only concern here is the fact that two people are being added to the judge. In fact, there could also be lawyers, because it doesn't buy you from adding lawyers. And if you look at trial for treason, there are three, the panel is made up of three, and they're all lawyers. Yes. So it is not impossible to have a tribunal that has a panel of three lawyers. Just that the chairperson must be qualified to be a high court judge, which is the number of years. You could now add, people who have just been called to the bar to join the chairman. Now, if you ask me, or former MPs, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me whether I should be tried by a judge alone or by a judge with two ordinary citizens, I'll offer my two ordinary citizens to join the church. Because I'm sure that with them, they will look at my circumstances. If I steal a goat for my child's outdooring, I believe that the two ordinary people will understand my circumstances better than a judge who might have gone to Achimota school, graduated, gone to Legon, graduated, went to law school, graduated, gone to Lincoln, and come back, and he has been made a high court judge. He doesn't understand what would drive a man to go and steal a goat. So I will opt for a judge sitting with two ordinary citizens, because I believe that I will receive more mercy than just an ordinary judge sitting there and then looking at the facts and the law. So I think that we should allow this to pass. And I can assure you that the tribunal, when it came, saved Ghana a lot. And today, we are almost where we were when the PNDC introduced tribunals. Go and read the Afrobarometer report and what the Afrobarometer report says about the perceptions of Ghanaians about the judiciary. Half of Ghanaians have no confidence in the judiciary. According to the Afrobarometer report, half of Ghanaians have no confidence in the judiciary. So just imagine the population, and half of your population don't have confidence in the judiciary. And why don't they have confidence in the judiciary? They say cases drag on forever. They cannot have access to the courts. And then they believe that corruption has permeated the sector so much that what comes out of it is not justice. So you must do something. And what can you do? That's why we are saying, okay, the Constitution makes provision for tribunal. When the tribunals were there, they had confidence in the administration of justice. Because justice was expeditious. Justice was accessible. And justice was administered by their fellow citizens, sitting as members of the panel. So it gave them confidence. And so what we're simply trying to do is to reenact that. I don't think there's anything shameful about the tribunals. There is nothing shameful about the tribunals that we haven't seen in our regular courts. Nothing shameful about the tribunals that we haven't seen in our regular courts today. Why? On this side of the aisle, you've been castigating judges in this chamber. If you have been so satisfied with the performance of the current courts and the judges, why have you been castigating judges? If you think that they have been performing excellently and there's no need for innovation in the architecture for the administration of justice, why have you been taking judges on? So let us look at this dispassionately, and if, like Speaker has indicated, there are matters that we should tidy up, because really, I mean, we're all looking at it and looking at how can we make it better. For instance, the provisions relating to expeditious trial. It is to deal with the public perception that cases take forever in the regular courts. So, unless we're enacting expeditious trial as a compulsory matter in the affairs of the tribunal, I don't think that we have done anything new. Yes, day to day. Of course, it says that when there's reason why it cannot happen, yes, there can be some variation. But then the first rule is that you must sit day to day. Because the ordinary citizen complains that we use adjournments to make cases travel for decades. Decades. So we want to enact day-to-day sitting and hearing of the matter until you dispose of the matter. So those are innovations to ensure expeditious trial of cases. And all the human rights guarantees are protected. All the rights that an accused person should have are also protected. So I don't see, because the evidence decree provisions are guaranteed, the procedure provisions are also guaranteed. So what is the problem? So I urge you, let us, allow this, let us pass it. And the last point is, look at the type of cases that they are supposed to deal with. There are matters that this country needs to attend to. We've been complaining about the environment, and these tribunals are going to play a major role in expediting the consideration of matters relating to the environment. When we talk about illegal mining, we're talking about the environment, essentially. And the idea is that we must have expeditious determination of matters related to the protection of the environment. And then there are other, areas that, if you look at the Criminal Offences Act from Section 198 to 298, that the district tribunals are going to have jurisdiction in. There are also matters that we need the courts to expedite action in these matters because they ensure harmonious existence in society. So I urge colleagues, let us vote in favor of this motion by the minister And then during consideration stage, if there are issues, let us approach it patriotically, build consensus, and then mint out something that the whole world would admire, and probably in future, when we experiment it and it is working well, people will come and learn from us. On that, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to vote for the motion. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, this is one of the key bills before the House. And I'm sure members will learn the right lessons from our history. It's unfortunate that our history has been completely distorted and misrepresented. I plead with members to read more books on our history, and you get to understand why at every time during the course of our history, some steps were taken. Even before the advent of the Second Republic, the things that happened in the First Republic is what led to the response in the Second Republic. Even before the Second Republic, after the 1966 coup, if you go through what took place, even that time there were no courts, there were no tribunals. It was instant justice. After the 1966 coup, there are books, plethora of books, written by not Ghanaians, people who were resident here and experienced it. And so all this led to lessons learned and some attempt to establish a judicial process. And that is what brought the public tribunals. And the public tribunals responded to what took place before the establishment of the public tribunals. There's actually no comprehensive record as to which regime killed more people or was more atrocious than the other. We don't have those records. The books that I have read show that even during the course of the 66 coup and after that, the 66 coup, every living life in the Flassa house was killed. But that was called bloodless coup. Then after that, every office holder of the CPP have to run for his or her life. That was what weakened the CPP. And so after that era, there were lessons learned and a response in the Third Republic. Then after that, there were lessons learned after the 81 revolution. And we are descending back to that era. So we need to learn these lessons to guide us to be able to do a better job than what happened before we were born. So don't be carried away by the propaganda that some people put into their books. Please, this is a very critical occasion. If it is a matter of the word, instead of looking at it as public tribunal, some people are proposing special courts. But the Constitution itself says public tribunal, regional tribunal, district tribunal. If during the constitutional review, we all decide that let's move away from that to use specialized courts or whatever, that is another decision. But as of now, the bill is talking about regional and district tribunals. I myself have seen some provisions there that we need to work on. There's a lot that we have to work on. Let's have cool minds, calm hearts, look at it in detail, and do a better job, because the executive arm, they just assist us by initiating public bills. But the mandate to pass law is in the hands of this House, Parliament. So let's do a good job at the end of the day. Please, and I'll put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report as a signal for the decision of a second reading, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to provide for the establishment, jurisdiction, composition and operation of tribunals in accordance with the Constitution, establish a Tribunal Oversight Committee, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the motion is carried, and the second reading of the bill titled, sorry, where's my copy? The second reading of the bill titled Tribunals Bill 2026 is hereby read the second time. I will, with this, leave it to the table office. I will recommend that we look at the Financial Management Act and see how we can get the report, the fiscal impact report on the bill to guide us in our consideration of the bill. I think that is necessary. Honorable members, we have to listen to leadership as to what next.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, given that you will want to be in the seat when we take the report on the conduct of public officers bill, we will defer that to tomorrow. But we have a small matter which perhaps even in your absence we can deal with, which is the motion number 21. That's the third reading of community service bill.
21.
Yeah, then we'll take we'll start some few clauses in the Defense University bill. Second consideration.
Yes, honorable members, motion number 21 on the order paper that the Community Service Bill 2026 be now read the third time. Minister for Interior. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I can see two of you, and then Minister for
Speaker,
Education, Minister for Interior. Just a minute. Minister for Education, is there any?
Mr. Speaker, before the Minister will proceed, I intend to raise for the second consideration of the bill I so submit. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. So if he can
you intend to do
respect,
what? Second consideration of what?
There's a second consideration of the bill, a clause in it, Mr. Speaker. Within 1 minute, I'll share with you for a second consideration of that
what?
clause. I thank you. Community bill of the minister.
You want a second consideration, the bill to be taken through a second consideration stage. The bill that is to be moved for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just seeking to arrest the third reading and to state that clause 16, 51, 62, and 64 be subjected to a second consideration stage of the Community Service Bill 2026. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I hope the committee members are available. I've just been informed that the chairman is not here, but there's a vice chairman and there are ranking members. Because what the minister has requested is for us to take the Community Service Bill 2026 through a second consideration stage. If that is okay, I'll call on the second deputy speaker to chair or preside over the second consideration stage of the Community Service Bill. Are these persons available? The chairman of the committee or the vice chair and the ranking? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, none of the committee members on our side are currently available.
Yes, Minister for Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at the amendments that have been proposed, they are not any controversial ones, and I want to believe that any member could rise to move for them. If not, I can even do it myself so that we can get to finish the bill, because it's just about interpretation and then enhance
okay,
in the...
Okay, then let me allow the Minister for Education to continue to do that. So
Thank you very much,
sir. Move the motion. Second Deputy Speaker, kindly take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, you directed that the minister responsible for education should do this, but it's off his seat, so I want to pray for leave to do this on his behalf, Speaker, so that we can make progress.
Yes. Honorable Ahmed, do you want to say something? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate the Minister for Education had gone on, but nobody is sure of the effect of the application that he made. It must be in accordance with Article 171. Is it in respect of the whole bill, or if it is parts, he must mention the clauses that he wants to? He mentioned the clauses. Oh, okay. Sorry, then I didn't hear that.
Well, honorable members, honorable members, the Community Service Bill 2026 at a second consideration. Very well. So, Honorable Members, we are dealing with only the clauses.
Speaker, we are dealing with clauses 16, 51, 62, and 64.
Very well.
Respectfully.
So, we would start with clause 16.
Speaker, I rise to move that clause 16, amendment proposed, paragraph D, after public, insert in the region. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable Members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 16. If there is no counter proposed amendment, I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 16 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable Members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 16 is carried. I'll now put clause 16 as a whole. All those in favor that clause 16 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable Members, the ayes have it. Clause 16 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 51.
Speaker, clause 51. Amendment proposed, subclause 4, line 2. Delete employ and insert engage. Mr. Speaker, so moved.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 51. Is there any counter proposed amendment? Honorable members, in the absence, I'll put the question to the proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 51, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 51 is carried. And now, clause 51 as a whole. All those in favor that clause 51 as variously amended stand part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 51 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Now we turn to clause 62.
Speaker, clause 62, amendment proposed, subclause 4, line 4, after fine of, insert not less than 250 penalty units. And the Speaker, I so move.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 62. Is there any counter proposed amendment? I'll then put the question. All those in favor that the proposed amendment to clause 62 is carried, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 62 as amended is carried. I now put the 62 as a whole. All those in favor that clause 62 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 62 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Now, clause 64.
Mr. Speaker, clause 64, amendment proposed. Interpretation for community service officer, line 1, after person, delete appointed and insert designator. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment cross 64. Is there any counter proposed amendment? Yes, Chairman of the Constitutional Committee.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just to support that and to say that for purposes of consistency under 37(1).
Can you speak up? I can't hear you, please.
Mr. Speaker, just to support the proposed amendment and to proffer the reason why we did that is for purposes of consistency under 37(1) to flow with the current rendition. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I'll put questions cross 64 as a whole. All those in favor that cross 64 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross 64 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Yes. So, honourable members, we bring the second consideration to a close. Well. Honourable members, let me invite you to page 10. Page 10, item listed 21. Page 10, item listed 21.
So, Minister, you can now move your motion.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Community Service Bill 2026 be now read the third time in the House. And Mr. Speaker, and to take the opportunity once again to thank members for all the endurance and support that has seen this bill. This has bedeviled the ministry and the country for a very long period of time, and I'm very happy that today this House has taken the opportunity to get it to the finish line. We pray that the implementation will even be smoother than all the struggle to get it passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment. There is a motion listed 21, and that motion has been seconded. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 21 in today's order paper is hereby adopted.
An act to establish a National Community Service Secretariat, provide for community service as an alternative to custodial sentencing for persons convicted of specified categories of offences and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Community Service Bill 2026 is duly read the third time and pass. Yes, leadership.
Motion number. Mr. Speaker. Speaker, prayer is that we start consideration of the National Defense University Ghana Bill 2026. So we want to take motion number 27 and 28 respectively. Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that we want to take just a couple of clauses. Then we can, just about 5 clauses. They are not contentious. So we can call it a day and come back tomorrow to continue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, once again, with respect, come with me to page 14. Page 14. Item listed 27. The Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 27 in page 14 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Well, yes, the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this procedural motion. I'll then put the question. All those in favor of the procedural motion listed 27 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion listed 27 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. So let's take the substantive motion listed 28. Consideration, yes. Yes, consideration. So, honorable members, the National Defense University Ghana Bill 2026 at the consideration stage. Yes, Chairman of the committee. One.
Mr.
So,
Speaker,
Chairman of the committee, we start with clause 1.
There's no advertised amendment in respect of clause 1, so okay.
Establishment of the university.
Is there any proposed amendment to clause 1?
Mr. Speaker, there's no proposed amendment.
No, members, there's no proposed amendment. And the question is, all those in favor that clause 1 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 is directed to stand part of the bill. Now we turn to clause 2.
Aims of the university.
Is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment, clause 2. Delete and insert the following as advertised. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a correction.
Hold on. Honorable members, please. The noise is too much. Yes, Chairman, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, there's a proposed amendment. Delete and insert the following as advertised. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a correction I want to make. Page 14, last paragraph. The university shall. So, advertise universal. Delete universal and then insert university. I so move.
Yes, honorable members, that's the proposed amendment from the chairman. If there's no counter proposed amendment, I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Chairman, is that the only amendment to clause 2? Honorable members, clause 2 as variously amended. All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Structure of the university.
Is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, there is proposed amendment. Clause 3, amendment proposed. Sub-clause 2, delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well. There is a proposed amendment by the chairman. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Chairman, is that the only amendment to clause 3? Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 3 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. We turn to clause 4.
Campuses of the university.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment. Clause 4, delete and insert the following as advertised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 16.
Well. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Chairman, is that the only proposed amendment? Yes. Honorable member for Offensive North, do you have anything?
Mr. Speaker, further amendment to.
Further amendment, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, subclause, the new amendment proposed by the chairman. Subclause 2, the council may, on the recommendation of the academic board, designate, relocate, merge, or discontinue a campus of the university. That is 3. Mr. Speaker, that is 3, subclause 3. Mr. Speaker, per Act 1023, they can't do it without the approval of GTEC. Because if you look at subclause 4, they can only establish with the approval of. So I'm proposing that we include with approval of Ghana Tertiary Education Commission for subclause 3.
For subclause 3?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is no policy objection to what our colleague is suggesting. So probably if he has no objection, subclause 3 of 4 may read, the council may, on the recommendation of the academic board, with the approval of GTEC, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, or we do it pre-approval of GTEC, designate, relocate, merge, or discontinue campuses of the university. Thank you.
Well.
We caution.
Well. Yes. Honorable Shabu, do you have anything to say?
Yes.
Let's hear you.
I was just seeking clarification whether we need approval or consultation with GTEC. Consultation.
So we take approval?
Subject to approval.
Why not consultation?
Mr. Speaker, GTEC is not a consultative institution. It's a regulatory body. If you don't meet the minimum standard, yesterday I said we must be rigorous with standards to avoid mushrooming of institutions and campuses of universities. So I think that is to enforce the regulatory mandate of GTEC under Act 1023. So I support that they should get the approval of GTEC after the academic board have made the recommendation.
Well.
Thank you.
So the second proposed amendment from the member of Offensive North, all those and the minister, all those in favor, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed further amendment is carried. Honorable members, I put clause 4 as a whole. All those in favor that clause 4 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed clause 4 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. So the drafters, please kindly check to make sure that it conforms with our standard of drafting, especially with the second proposed by the chairman and honorable member for offense. Honorable members, we are here, so we have to respond to questions. When the question is put, please let's hear your voice. So, clause 5.
Award of degrees, diplomas, and certificates.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposed amendment. Amendment proposed, clause 5, sub-clause 1, delete and insert the following, as advertised on page 16 of today's order paper, and pages 16 and 17 of today's order paper. I so move.
Yes. Now, there is a proposed amendment from the chairman of the Education Committee. Yes, Honorable
Speaker, I rise to support the present amendment just to draw the chairman's attention to the fact that I'll peruse the bill, degree is not defined. And once we are legislating that the university shall award degrees, we need to define the degree to include postgraduate degrees for the sake of clarity. Because we are not indicating the award of postgraduate degrees here, PhDs. We are limiting it to degree. So we should define degree in the interpretation section to indicate that when we say degree in the statute, we mean undergraduate degrees, postgraduate degrees, including PhDs, Mr. Speaker. It is very, very important for sake of clarity. Thank you.
Well, Chairman, are you in?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have never defined degree in any of our legislation so far. But if you look at the bill, we have 5.1. The university shall, in accordance with subsection 8 of section 15, award degrees, honorary degrees, diplomas, and certificates. So there's a distinction.
He should direct it to the drafter.
Mr. Speaker, why did the sponsors see it fit and relevant to distinguish honorary degree from degree? It's for a purpose. No, I agree. No, every degree is awarded. No. Every degree is awarded. Please listen to me carefully.
Honorable Chief Whip,
yes.
May I direct the drafters to look at the standard, the way we've been doing, because this is not the first time we are passing
Mr. Speaker, if you may hear me, it may not be the first time, but every legislation is supposed to be an improvement on the existing. Mr. Speaker, when you take every degree, it is awarded. It is not earned. Any certificate you take, if you like, go and read it. It's awarded. You can actually earn it, but you'll be denied on stated terms. So the universities, the academic boards, they award degrees. That is why the academically earned degrees are awarded and they are disaggregated to undergraduate degrees, postgraduates. Postgraduates are further disaggregated into postgraduate diploma, master degree, and PhDs. Now we also have honorary degrees. So Mr. Speaker, yes, that is why you distinguish it by saying a first degree, a second degree, a PhD. Every degree is awarded. Every degree is awarded.
So, Honorable Chief Whip, give us the rendition from where
Mr. Speaker, my simple position is that the degree as employed in the legislation should be defined, interpreted in the interpretation section to say that when we say degree in the statute, it includes a master degree and a PhD. Just simply. Because we are saying we are legislating that the university may award degrees, diplomas, and certificates. Now, does a degree include a master degree and PhDs? Somebody may ask. That alone may be a subject of litigation. So it's for clarity. When we do legislation, we are supposed to provide clarity. So that's what I'm saying.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I will direct the drafters.
Yes.
To
because it's
actually,
at the tail end.
To actually
so when
take
we get
care
there,
of your position.
Thank you,
so
Mr. Speaker.
Let's take the proposed amendment by the chairman. All those in favor of the proposed amendment from the chairman of the committee say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. I now put the question for clause 4 as a whole. All those in favor, clause 5 as a whole. All those in favor that clause 5 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. We turn to clause 6.
The University Council.
Let's hear you. I understand.
Speaker,
yes.
The sense of the House is that even though we agreed to end it at 5, we can actually take the new insertion and end it there. Then tomorrow we come and continue from 6. Mr. Speaker, so that's the sense of that. So we can actually take the item number V. It's a new clause, it's an insertion.
If the speaker,
so Antipart,
what about if the speaker is not with you?
We come and I agree with you. So let's take the new insertion and then we end it there.
Honorable Majority Whip, what about if the speaker is not with you?
Mr. Speaker, you got me there.
Chairman, let's get the new insertions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a new clause proposed on page 17. That is after clause 5. Insert the following new clause as advertised on page 17 of today's order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me, so it will be part of clause 5?
No, it's a new clause.
It's a new clause?
Yes, after clause 5.
So,
you know, Mr. Speaker, in the previous bill that we passed, we included the membership of the university, and it is missing in the bill. That's why we are inserting it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment? I'll then put the question. All those in favor of the new clauses, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to the new clauses is carried.
Speaker, we want to thank members for assisting up to this stage. So we bring consideration to a close for today. Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, honourable members, we bring consideration to a close. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that we've done. Speaker. Speaker, it's 22 minutes after 6 p.m. And if I recall my commencement time, we've done about 15 minutes more than 5 hours. So, Mr. Speaker, we are entirely in your hands in this matter. But the proposal is that we return tomorrow.
12.
We return tomorrow at midday, given the fact that we don't have Thursday,
Friday,
and we don't have Friday, so we will return tomorrow at midday to be able to continue with business. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, minority leadership.
We are not opposed to his application. Speaker, let me just take this opportunity to request kindly from the majority chief whip and leaders of government business that the 350 million cedis, our constituents, the flood victims, they are waiting. Let the right beneficiaries receive the money. Each constituency, make sure every flood victim, let the MPs, both in the majority and the minority, be a part of the process. Yes. Speaker, with that said, I thank you very much. I support the motion.
I don't think a motion was moved, so let me thank you for your cooperation. I think we've done a lot for the day. Tomorrow we will start exactly at 12 noon. 12 noon. If even there are 2 people, we will start. So the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 12 noon. The House stands adjourned.
Okay. Speaker. Okay.
Twelve. Why? Huh?
Speaker said 2.
Because I discussed with the speaker. Yes, I discussed when I change it. I'll discuss with him that it should be 12. Yes. So I've already, it's 12 noon, please.